What's up, everybody? It's me. It's Kyle. How's it going? Welcome in to the very first episode of the very first thing on the EXP, the comic book shopping experience. Welcome in. It's been a great week, guys. We had a great convention this weekend, and now we're starting our actual programming. And I am pleased as punch, which isn't something I think I've ever said before to another human being, to be welcoming everyone in to starting the show and starting things off. We've got, what's up, Andrew? We've got a lot of stuff coming your way tonight. We're starting off with my show, The Pull List. Miss Jen's coming up in about an hour with Minute to Skim It. Her and Miss Hannah live from Space Cadets Collection in Houston, Texas. And then following them is in stores this week with Nick and I. We will be hanging out talking about all of the things that are in stores this week. That's the whole point of Tuesday nights, guys. We're going to talk about what's in your comic shop this very week. And before we get started with any books, I want to talk about how you can find your local comic shop. Do you have a local comic shop? If you don't, that's fine. But let me show you how to find one. And the way you do that is you go to Comic Shop Locator. I'm typing as I talk because, you know, stuff. But you can head over to Comic Shop Locator, and here, let me show you. This is the Comic Shop Locator. You head over to Comic Shop Locator, and you can choose Use My Location, or you can type in your zip code. So I'm going to type in 10134. There you go. So we're in, I made it up. So that maybe not a good, that's Portugal. We'll try another one. 43560. There we go. So 43560 is Northwest Ohio. And it shows you all of these great shops in the area. So what I've done, so if we zoom in here, we see that there are a number of stores here in Toledo and in the surrounding areas. And if you scroll down, you can see it's JC's Comics and More, The Game Room, Freedom Comics, Monarch Comics, Rad Raptor Comics, and Acropolis Games. So Rad Raptor and Acropolis Games are actually in Adrian, Michigan, about an hour from here, about an hour from that part of Ohio. But then you've got all of these shops here in Toledo, and it tells you the things they participate in. School and libraries, Halloween Comic Fest, Free Comic Book Day, all of the things that they participate in. And there, that lets you see what goes on at your shop a little bit. But they have shop profiles. You can get directions. You can find them on social medias over on comicshoplocator.com. So one of the things I want you guys to do while we're talking is to tell me about your local comic shop. What is your local comic shop? Where are they at? What drew you to them? That kind of stuff. Put that in the comments so we can talk about your LCS. The other thing I'm going to do, though, while we're here on Tuesday nights on my show, is talk about my pull list and what I think should be on your pull list. So for those of you who maybe don't have a pull list, let me kind of explain to you what I mean by that. A lot of comic shops offer a subscription service where you tell them what you want to get when it comes out, and then they pull it for you, set it aside, so you make sure you get your copies. I've had a pull list now for about 2 decades. So for about 20 years, I've been collecting with enough regularity to have a full pull list at a comic shop. Right now, my comic shop is actually at my pull list is actually at Monarch Comics, Monarch Comics here in Toledo, Ohio. You can see them on the comic shop locator that we just talked about. But my pull list started with the Ninja Turtles and has gone on and included tons and tons of indie books, tons and tons of mainstream books, that kind of stuff. Like everything you can imagine has been on my pull list, including books that never actually came out. I'm one of those guys that I'll hear that a book is coming and add it to my pull list, and then it never actually happens, which is super fun for me. So let's talk about some of the books that are out this week, um, that are going to be on that are already on my pull list. So, for instance, Future State Shazam. Andrew, what does that mean? Two don't give off the comic vibe. Is it that they're more game shops that also happen to sell comics? Near me, there's a candy shop that also sells comics, which is a weird thing when you think about it. A candy store, like they sell retro candy and that kind of thing, but they also sell comics, which is weird. But to each their own, right? It's every comic shop has a little bit of a different flavor, has a little bit of a different feel, and that's kind of what's important about a comic shop. But tell me what you mean by doesn't give off a comic vibe, and we can talk about it. But so one of the books that comes out this week that's on my pull list already is Future State Shazam. The DC Future State books have been doing incredibly, incredibly well, which is why it's important for you to pre-order books at your store, at your local comic shop. Okay, correct. More games and sports than comics. That's fair. But the thing about it, and I would point this out to you, Andrew, and you tell me what you think, is that comic fans are into more than just comics, right? I have been a huge gamer for years and years and years. I've run, and it turns into tabletop games. I've run games at Gen Con, and Origins Game Fair, and PAX Unplugged, many, many gaming conventions. I like games. So that's an opportunity for crossover. Sports, I could see that, fantasy sports and esports and some of that kind of stuff, but I totally understand what you mean by not giving off the comic vibe when you give me that information. Um, which do you go to one of those two stores, or do you go to the third shop, and why did you choose that, Andrew? It's an interesting thing to know. But so Future State Shazam number one. Here's the deal. DC's Future State books have been doing amazingly well, phenomenally well, selling out everywhere. And so it's super important for you to go to your local comic shop and say to them, hey, I want DC Future State Shazam, or I want DC Future State books, because then they know to order an extra copy for you. That's kind of the whole point, right? Is if you tell a shop ahead of time that, hey, I want to read this thing, they know how to order it for you. Uh, excuse me. Comic book stores struggle, guys. I don't know if you know this, but especially right now, comic book stores are struggling. And so if they can have accurate order numbers, if they can have all as much information as possible in placing their orders, they're going to have a better chance at being able to adequately run things, adequately do things the way they need to. Now, that doesn't mean that stores always sell out of everything. So you always have to go into your local comic shop and look for something, look for stuff. And that leads me to my next book on my list. Got it. More established and knowledgeable. That's super fair, man. Knowledgeable store always helps. So this is a book, Black Cat from Marvel, that I wasn't planning to read. It wasn't on my pull list when number one came out, but I picked it up in the shop, just going to visit. Like I didn't have a plan when I went in. I didn't have a certain thing I was looking for when I went in. I just was going into the local comic shop, right? And I saw the cover of Black Cat number one, and I picked it up. Now, I'm looking at this Black Cat number one, and I'm seeing some things that are maybe a little, what's sort of looking for? Abnormal with Black Cat. So these are the things I look for on a comic book cover when I'm going into a shop, and these are some of the things that could get me to potentially pick up a book I wouldn't otherwise pick up. And I'm going to show you what I mean here in just a second. When I can get this to do what I want it to do. Okay, there it is. So let's look at it this way. I'm going to cover myself up here. Look at all the stuff coming out from around Catwoman's or Black Cat's collar. That certainly looks like a black alien life form, doesn't it? Maybe a symbiote. This is likely a King in Black tie-in. In fact, we know it's a King in Black tie-in because we have the King in Black logo right there in the corner. So you walk into your local comic shop and you're just looking for something to pick up, something to give a try to, and you see this cover. That is a surefire sign to me that this is something that I'm going to take a chance on. Right? You've got King in Black, which has been very successful and very good. You've got Black Cat, which was very good, and a lot of people maybe didn't expect it to be. All of that kind of stuff happening in a way that, when it all adds together, it makes a lot of sense that would be a King in Black title. So you see this on the cover, plus you already know Black Cat has been good. Add them all together, and this is a must grab. But here's the thing, and I'm going to keep talking about this. Comic shops are likely to sell out of this. Your King in Black fans are going to pick it up, right? I mean, why wouldn't they? So if you call your shop ahead of time, excuse me, you look at previewsworld.com and find out when stuff's coming out and head over there. Your store is going to be able to get that book for you in a much easier way than if, let's say, you just walked in. But if you just walk in, always pay attention to the details on the cover. Always paying attention to what we call the trade dress. So it's got, whether it has logos for crossovers that it's a part of or things like that, that will really lead you in a direction to knowing, oh, this ties into that other thing I'm reading, or this relates to that other thing I've heard about that I've wanted to read. So that's why I think Black Cat this week looks really particularly interesting, because it's a tie-in to something else, which you never know what's going to happen when something like Venom, the symbiote Null, crosses over into another story, especially with somebody like Black Cat. There's a lot of potential opportunity there for a different take on those characters and the way they interact. The next book on my pull this week that is coming out is this guy. This is Tom King. Tom King's Rorschach. This is, I forget even which issue they're on. But the thing about Rorschach, right, is I think Rorschach is one of the most interesting characters from The Watchmen. So Tom King's run on it, which is a different take than we've seen on a lot of the Watchmen stuff, is very interesting. And Tom King getting to write a character like Rorschach that has been misunderstood for so long really is an interesting thing to read, and it's been a great series. There have been some crossover books and some tie-in books that I thought were a little strange, and then in the middle of it, you're getting like Cerebus did a parody of it already, things like that just seemed odd to me. But again, it's still Tom King, it's still Rorschach, it's still that original, kind of feel, the original kind of Watchmen vibe. And it's an interesting thing. The other thing you have that makes this one particularly interesting is that it's part of DC's Black Label. You see it right there at the top, DC Black Label, which is their kind of their darker, more grown-up product line. They've got the regular DC Universe and DC Black Label, and they've got the DC book series, which has, adds in a lot of the all ages kind of content and things like that. So I think the fact that, this is DC Black Label, plus it's Rorschach, plus it's Tom King, really makes this a can't miss for this week in shops. So if you're out there watching, tell me what's on your pull list this week. What's coming out that you're excited for? What have you pre-ordered? What are you going to shops tomorrow to hunt for? Also, tell me where your shop is, what shop they are, so we can shout them out. We want to promote local comic book shops. I've been a retailer for years before coming to do this, and we really have a big passion here for the local comic shop. So give your retailer a shout out. Let us know who they are, what they're about, that kind of thing, so we can give them a shout out. Let's keep going with the things that are on my list that are coming out this week. Ironically, it's another Tom King book. I'm a fan of Tom King. I really am. So, Batman, Catwoman, Comic Plus. Shout out Comic Plus. That's awesome. If you're out there watching, tell us who your local comic shop is. Tell us why you like them. But we have Batman, Catwoman number 2. This is more of the Tom King Batman, Catwoman run. I really do feel like he's trying to tell the story he wanted to tell following Batman 50, but wasn't able to tell. But at the same time, he said, no, that's not true. So I don't really know where this book is going, but you can't really mess up, right? Teaming up Batman and Catwoman. Can't really go wrong. Catwoman is a very interesting character. She is one of those kind of anti-hero, but not really, villain, but not really kind of characters. And so when you team her up with Batman, who is as red, white, and blue superhero, true blue superhero as you get this kind of dichotomy that really works well. Batman and Catwoman together, not only as a couple, but as a force for whatever they're trying to achieve in the world, makes it a very interesting combination. And again, it's Tom King. I mean, the man has written everything from Batman to, he's got some really wild sci-fi stuff he's written, to his Mr. Miracle run. If you've not read his creator-owned stuff, make sure you check out his creator-owned stuff. The dude worked in the CIA. He's got stories that he can tell. He's got stories to tell. So it's really interesting. Tom King will be a guest coming up on our talk show, which debuts next week. We have a talk show here in the Comic Shop Experience called Shop Talk. I know, creative title, right? But it debuts next week, and Tom King will be one of the guests on that episode, along with Bob Sally and Sean Daly from SourcePoint Press. So it's really, interesting how much Tom King I'm reading. Chris, Rups Comics says, can't wait to join me on a show. Dude, you come on right now if you want. I'll send you a link. Chris Rups is a great show. Chris Rupp and Rups Comics in Fremont, Ohio is another great shop. I told you earlier I have my pull list at Monarch Comics in Toledo, but I get a lot of books from Rups because they have just a colossal back issue selection, just a colossal selection of comics from all the different eras. I can remember going in there and I needed a couple of books to finish out my it's a Darwin Cook run on something, and I was able to say to their staff, Adam and Chris, hey, I need the Darwin Cook run of this. And they went and they were just able to put their hands on all of it, hand it to me, and I was able to be like, well, I only need these 3 books. And they were able to fill out that run. It's a great shop. You should check it out if you're ever in the area. Go to Rups Comics online and check them out as well. All right. So this is the last book that's already on my pull list that comes out this week, which is another DC Future State book. Again, guys, Future State stuff has been selling out like crazy. Shops can't keep it in stock. They can't keep it on the shelves. Excuse me. They can't. Let's see if I have a cough drop. Make that stop at. They can't They can't keep it going. Keep it around. It's impossible. The books have been so good that if you're not adding these books to your pull list, you're likely going to miss out on them. So this is the next Batman #2 for DC Future State. The thing you guys need to know about Future State is that it takes place in an alternate timeline, which is really a fun thing. And the thing about the alternate timeline is that they're not the same alternate timelines all the time. You have a Flash story where there's 3 different timelines. You have a Batman story where there's 2 or 3 different timelines. And you're never quite sure when it is. So, on a level, it's like Doctor Who. You have Batman doing a Doctor Who thing where it's wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey, which is a great concept. Because, you always think of Batman as just being Bruce Wayne and just existing in a certain time during Bruce Wayne's life. And we've always just accepted that. But the thing about Future State, the next Batman, is that it makes you think about what happens when Bruce Wayne does eventually pass. And there's a new story arc. Or there's a new, you're in a new era. And somebody else has to don the cowl. What does that look like? What does that feel like for Gotham City? And so it's a really interesting kind of take on the Batman story. So again, this is one that you probably needed to pre-order from your comic shop to guarantee yourself a copy. But if you get up and you're a true Wednesday warrior and you hit it early in the morning, you'll have a chance, I would say, in most shops. So, what we're going to do real quick is we're going to talk once again about the comic shop locator. Remember that if you head over to comicshoplocator.com, you can find a local comic shop in your area. So, for instance, this is one I searched for, which is my area. It's Toledo, Ohio. And you can see all of the shops in an area near me. You get 2 shops real close together here. You've got your shops all spread out. There's a couple in Adrian. So you can see all of the shops in an area near you, and you can find them and figure out which shop to go to. Like I said, this right here, Monarch Comics. This is my LCS. Ed, who owns the shop now, is a great guy. I've been going there for a long time. Even when I was a retailer, I went there to shop. So, we're going to take a quick break here and show you some. Unfortunately, I have to pay some bills. I have to show you some commercials so that you can, so we can talk to you about some other things that are happening. But I will be back in just about 30 seconds with more information. We're going to talk about books that maybe aren't on my pull list that I think I'm going to add, and books that maybe you should be adding to your pull list as well. We'll be back in just about 30 seconds. All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back to the pull list. It's true, Ship. Pull list. Pull list. We are talking about books that are out. We just got done talking about things that are already on my pull list that I think other people should be adding to their pull list and they should be checking out. Now, here are books that I'm hoping that I can pick up in my local comic shop this week and add to my pull list if I like them. One of them is this Image Comics book. Let me bring it up here. So, guys, I'm showing you this from previewsworld.com. If you head over to previewsworld.com, click on new releases, click on new this week, featured this week, that kind of stuff. You'll be able to see new books that are out every week. And so I, on Tuesday nights every week, come over here to previewsworld.com and look at what's coming out tomorrow and decide what I'm going to make sure I hunt and what I need to add to my pull list. So this is Rain Like Hammers. It's from Image Comics, written by Brandon Graham, with art by Brandon Graham, written and drawn by the same guy over at Image Comics. Eugene is a new inhabitant of Elephant, a walking city on the desert world of Crown Majesty. Far from friends and family, he spends most of his time navigating melancholy daydreams, toying with alien technology, and researching the best places to find high-quality fast food. The answer to that is Taco Bell. At best, his life is lonely and monotonous, but all that changes when a mysterious force begins destroying Crown Majesty's walking cities. So this is a kid who finds himself in an untenable situation, uh, and has to figure that out. I see Brainy over here in the comments, so let's bring Brainy into the comments here. New name: pull out my hair, because I didn't listen to my LCS when he asked me to add the books to my sub list sub before list. It's true. Like I said, we already did that, Brainy. We already went through the books that I've added to my list ahead of time, so that I can be sure to get them. Books like Future State, the Next Batman, and Batman Catwoman, and Rorschach, and Black Cat, and Shazam, Future State Shazam. Those are books that I added ahead of time. Then there are books that I didn't know about until well after FOC. And we could talk about FOC and that kind of stuff too, which is final order cutoff, which is when your comic shops have to have their orders in. But there are books, that I didn't find out about until well after FOC, and now I'm interested in them. So part of what I will do tomorrow is go to my local comic shop and hope. And if they don't have them, I'll ask them to order reprints or second issue or second printings, or if they can get a reorder in. That's how I approach a lot of this stuff. So while it isn't the most ideal for comic shops, because you want them to know what you want before you get them, before they get the books, before they have to finalize their order. When you can't, you need to be willing to be open to your comic shop saying, hey, we can't exactly get you that right now. And you can be like, oh, well, that's a bummer. But can I get a second printing? Or can you place a reorder? Or can you put me down for issue 2 or for the trade? That's a good way to approach it. If you're willing to work with your comic shop, I guarantee you they're willing to work with you. Not a big fan of DC. Should I still add them to my list? I don't want to miss anything big. Andrew, if you're not already reading DC, I don't know if Future State is for you. The thing about Future State is that it's taking a look at the current DC continuity and changing it up a lot. It's giving you new timelines. It's kind of like Doctor Who got his hands on DC. I would say that if you have a DC character you like, jump in. Otherwise, don't really worry about it. I never recommend to people to buy a comic or start collecting a comic because they think it's going to be important. I always tell people to buy and collect comics because they think they might like them. If they then turn around and become important, that's just a bonus, right? So I'll give you a prime example. I've always collected Spider-Man. Collected Spider-Man most of my life. But I never bought Spider-Man books because I thought they would become important. Then, you have things that happen like this book, for instance. Let me grab it here. Amazing Spider-Man 36. this book became very important. It won an Eisner Award. You don't. I tell people don't collect anything because they think they'll be important or because they think they'll be worth a lot of money. I tell people to collect things because they think they might like them. Pulling back the curtain, almost literally, Ship. I had to redo my green screen after I took it all down last night and forgot I had shows today. So that's super fun. But no, like I said, it's add stuff to your pull list because you think you might like it, not because of any other reason. When you add it because you like it and then it becomes big, it's just bonus. It's like when you go to the vending machine and you punch in the numbers for the M&Ms, and you're like, if I get M&Ms, that'll be great. And then 2 bags fall out, it's like a bonus. So the other book I wanted to recommend from Image Comics this week, and it's in the middle of a story arc, but I always think it's worth mentioning, even if it is in the middle of a story arc, is this book. This is Stillwater, number 5, by Chip Zdarsky, with art by Ramon Perez. No, that's not what I'm saying at all, Ship. I'm not saying at all get away from comics for investment. I'm saying don't buy comics because you think they're going to be worth money, because those are the comics that never are. Buy comics because you like them, and then when they become worth a bunch of money, you really, it really does just kind of save you. Huh. Interesting. So, I just got a text from someone that's very interesting. So, like I said, Stillwater, Chip Zdarsky, and Ramon Perez. I'm not going to go into the plot on this book too much. I'm not going to get deep into the water on it. But just know Chip Zdarsky is a genius, and he's my favorite. That's a fair opinion, Chip. It really is. Again, comic books, anything you spend money on is technically an investment, right? If you spend money on candy, you're investing in your own enjoyment. If you spend money on comic books, again, you're investing on your own enjoyment. But at the same time, if you buy comics looking for them to rise in value, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Right. So something else and this is something I pre-ordered. Again, we're here to talk about comics, right? But this is something else I pre-ordered from my local comic shop. I'm a big Umbrella Academy fan, and they have coming out this week Umbrella Academy prop action figures. So those are something to be cool to be looking out for from Umbrella Academy and for those. But we're gonna go back to some of the stuff that I think maybe people haven't heard of as much that should be on their pull list. Brainy says buy comics to read unless you have plenty of disposable income that you can afford not to worry about their value. It's true. Like I said, if you buy comics that you like, you get something out of them one way or the other. If they then become worth a bunch of money 20 or 30 years down the road, well, then you just hit the jackpot. So this is one, and again, it's not on my pull list because the series is over, but it's a trade paperback that I'm picking up. This is Rom Dire Wraiths. It's Rom Space Knight, y'all. If you're a kid of a certain era, you cannot deny that Rom was part of your childhood. And Chris Ryall has done an amazing job of staying true to the Rom we all grew up on, and at the same time bringing something new and interesting to the story. So big shout out to Chris for his work on Rom Dire Wraiths. And that's available in trade. It's $16, and you get that whole storyline in that trade, which is a good way to read it. We're a binge culture now. You know, we want to buy something and read it all the way, or we want to watch something from beginning to end, all the way through. In one sitting. We want to read something all at once, and trades are a great way to do that. Trades are a great way to do that. You know, you can't. And Brady talked about disposable income, right? If you go and buy, uh, oh, believe me, Brady, we're getting there. I got you. I have more insight on that book than a lot of people do, um, because one of my other jobs is working for Aftershock. So I'm definitely going to plug some Aftershock here in a minute. But one of the things that Brainy mentioned was disposable income. And one of the things that I want to tell you about is books that you need to read versus, books that you're buying to invest in. And one of the great things about trades is they're a great way to get books you need to read. If you buy if a trade is 5 issues and costs you $15 or $16, that's less than $3 a book. But on the shelves, most of those books are $4 or better. So you're actually saving money buying the trade. So don't hesitate. If there's something you're interested in reading, but you missed the beginning, to pick up the trade. I hear so often from comic book fans, man, I really want to get into such and such a comic, but I missed so much already. Well, there are trade paperbacks right there for you to pick up on, right? For you to get a chance to read. So, uh, for instance, Rom is a great way to pick up a Rom story, especially if you haven't been around Rom since the cartoon was out, the original cartoon, or since the toys were out, or you know, if you're like, I don't know what Rom is, but he looks like a toaster with a body. I want to check that out. Well, there you go. So that's why trades are great. We kind of talked about Marvel already. I will say this though: there is a new printing of X-Men: Days of Future Past out this week. A new trade paperback printing of Days of Future Past. It's Chris Claremont and John Byrne. It is arguably considered one of the most iconic and most important X-Men story arcs ever told. So, that's a new print run, and that's one that's been out of print for a minute. Days of Future Past as a collection hasn't been around for a minute. It's been put into other things, broken up and reestablished, that kind of thing. But as a single book, the Claremont Byrne with art by John Romita and John Byrne, Days of Future Past story. Yeah, exactly. If you've not read Days of Future Past, you need to read it. It's not, this is one of those books that, every comic fan should have read. I'm not even an X-Men fan, but I own Days of Future Past and ignore the movie. It's true. I call the movie Days of Future Shark Jumping. But it's true. Days of Future Past is one of those iconic. It's like Batman Long Halloween or The Dark Knight or Darkest Night or I'm trying to think of some other Marvel ones. Civil War. In my opinion, Frontline. Infinity Gauntlet. They're iconic stories. They're important stories in the mythos of comics, and this is one of them. So, new printing of Days of Future Past. It's true. Well, Ship, you should have read it by now. Like, let's be real. Argo Asylum being DC counts as well, but like I said, I was trying to think of Marvel ones. But yeah, make sure you check out the new printing of Days of Future Past in your local comic shop. Dynamite Entertainment, guys. Dynamite Entertainment has some new stuff out this week. In terms of its new Red Sonja. New Red Sonja Price of Blood has been great. I'm a big Sonja fan. They have they have a bunch of covers out for this book, including a cosplay cover that's very good. If you're into swords and sorcery, if you're into gingers, redheads, check out Red Sonja. This is a mistake, and I have already apologized to my local comic shop for this mistake. This was a book I meant to add to my pull list and just completely forgot, which is this is Abbott 1973 #1 from Boom Studios. Guys, I'm here in Toledo, which is a suburb of Detroit, as I like to say. It's not really a suburb of Detroit, but it's, near enough to Detroit. And the first arc of Abbott took place in Detroit. It stars the main character whose last name is Abbott, Elena Abbott. She's a hard-hitting journalist in the Detroit area just after the riots that happened in Detroit in the 60s. And a supernatural thing happens, and she has been exposed to it through the death of her husband in the first volume. And she makes it her mission to figure out what's going on and kind of solve the mystery of how these people keep mysteriously dying. It says in a new series for fans of Something Killing the Children in Bitterroot. It's true. But guys, Saladin Ahmed, the writer, who, by the way, wrote Miles Morales, Spider-Man, just a visionary writer, a next level writer, is somebody you should be watching out for, because in a few years we're going to be talking about Saladin Ahmed in that same kind of reverence we talk about so many great writers. Just keep an eye out for them. But Detroit's hard-hitting journalist Elena Abbott is trying to make a fresh start at a new newspaper, but her deadly past isn't ready to let go. This is the second part of the Abbott story. Look at this cover, guys. Look at that cover. Isn't that pretty? I think Abbott is one of the best stories Boom has done in a long time. Boom, not known for doing traditionally dark books. Really an interesting story from them. And I apologize profusely to my local comic shop for not having that on my pull list ahead of time. There are 2 covers for it. I'm getting both when the reorder comes in. All right. Graphic novels. Other interesting things to check out. This is from AWA Upshot. This is another one of those books that if you've not been reading, you should wait and try and get the trade. But this is American Ronin. It is a really messed up story about how power corrupts, and war is never just as simple as a war. Check out American Ronin when you get a chance. That's a new one that's out this week that I think is really interesting. And you should be adding all the AWA stuff to your pull list, guys. That's kind of what I'm telling you. If you are a fan of good comics, if you're a fan of Axel Alonso, you should be adding AWA to your pull list. Yeah, it's like I said, Rennie, they're not known for their dark books. They're kind of known for their other things. Like they have Power Rangers, which can be very dark, but it can also not be. They've had great stuff like Kim and Kim and Lumberjanes and some of that stuff that's just been phenomenal. That's been pretty openly accessible. So Boom, not known directly for their dark books like some other publishers, but when they do publish something really dark, it's really dark. So we've got a couple more things coming up here, guys, in terms of other things that I think people should be putting on their pull list. Not the least of which is some books from Aftershock Comics and other people, plus a new reissue of a Neil Gaiman classic and things like that. But we will talk about those in just about a minute here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
All right, guys, welcome back in here on Tuesday to the Pull List with Kyle. I forgot what day it was and what my show was called. It's going to be a fun time, guys. Here on the Comic Shopping Experience, we're here to talk about comics that are coming out tomorrow, books you should be adding to your pull list, books you should already have on your pull list, and books that if you can't get from your local comic shop, you should be getting. So, some of the other things that we need to talk about are some other great books that are coming out this week. In that vein of small press, independent publishers. The re-release. But first, we're going to start with a book, and that book is the re-release of Neil Gaiman's classic Neverwhere. Neil Gaiman's Neverwhere returns to print in softcover format. From William Morrow. If you've never read Neverwhere, it's great. But I will recommend that when you also read it, it's the author's preferred text with a special introduction by the author and a new Neverwhere story. There is a addendum to the original Neverwhere story called How the Marquis Got His Coat Back. That's a great story that you should also read with Neverwhere. That will be available in all fine booksellers, but you should definitely check out the Neil Gaiman reissue of Neverwhere. I just wanted to shout that out because it's great. And then another book from some friends of mine that are out this week that it's not on my pull list because I already have it. But this is The Amazing Adventures of DC Super Pets by Steve Cordy and Art Baltazar. So it's got this super cartoony all ages style. It is an all ages picture book. It's pretty great. So, guys, out there in the comments, tell me about your local comic shop. Tell me who they are, why you go to them. He always raises the bar. Their ship. Kim and Kim was Black Mask. You're right. What's the one I'm thinking of? Kim Reaper was Boom. I know it was a Kim book. But yeah. So tell me about your local comic shop. Tell me why you go there. Tell me what you love about them. Tell me how you found them. What are some books that your local comic shop has put you onto that maybe you weren't aware of at first? Something else you might want to add to your pull list, though, in the meantime. From Zenescope Entertainment, one of my favorite Zenescope characters. Robin Hood Iron Maiden #1. It's a 2-part miniseries by Joe Brucia with Edgar Salazar. Guys, it is Red Riding Hood, except she's only got the one eye. She's kind of like Hawkeye. But this is one of those fairy tale stories that happens in an urban setting. That's a super strong look, super strong feel. And if you like Red Riding Hood, or Robin Hood, it's a great way to access that character. Guys, remember you can visit your local comic shop through ComicShopLocator.com. All of the books we're talking about have been on, could be ordered through your comic shop. If you didn't get a chance to order them before they came out, before this week, go ahead and head in and try and see what you can do. If your comic shop doesn't have them, ask them if they can order them. Ask them if they can get them on a reorder. They can get you a second printing. They can get you something else so that they can go in and they can take advantage of helping you to find a great book. The book that I think we all wanted to talk about this week. I'm sure that the next show, Minute to Skim It, will talk about it. Uh, Brainy already mentioned it. It's a book that I'm incredibly excited about. The cover is just gorgeous in its own very special way. This is I Breathe the Body. I Breathe the Body from Aftershock Comics. It's Zach Thompson, Andy McDonald. Guys, that cover's wild, right? Like, for no other reason, you pick up that book than the cover. But listen to this synopsis of the book. A science fiction horror story about social media, big tech, and influence culture. That's all you need to know. Guys, it's literally the world we're living right now. Brainy honestly thinks he underordered the book. It probably did, man. And this is, guys, that comment right there from Brainy, right there from Brainy, is why we're doing this show, why we're talking about this right now. There's such an important part of the industry that people overlook, which is telling your comic shop what you want before it comes out. It's so important of you to call up your comic shop and say, hey, comic book guy, I need this thing. And then they know to order it for you, but you have to do it before what we call FOC, final order cutoff, which is the last chance comic book stores have to adjust their orders. So be picking up the Previews magazine in your local comic shop or going to previewsworld.com, following your favorite writers and creatives and your favorite publishers on social media and asking them, hey, what do you have coming out that I need to know about? Or when they make an announcement, then immediately calling your comic shop and saying, this is the order code. Hit me up. I need it on my pull list. I need it here. I already told you that I made two terrible mistakes. I didn't add I Breathe the Body to my pull list, and I didn't add I'm already gonna blank on what it was. I didn't add I Breathe the Body, and I didn't add Abbott to my pull list. Those are the two that I made a huge mistake in not adding to my list. So think about it that way, guys. If your store knows what you want ahead of time, they can make sure they have it for you. So one more time, with feeling, I'm going to show you the books that are on my pull this week that are coming out. And you guys have a chance to tell me what book are you most excited about that's on your pull list this week. So we're going to start at the end. Future State, The Next Batman, #2, on my pull list. I added it after Jen and Hannah told me about Future State, The Next Batman, #1. I didn't get a chance to read #1 because my comic shop sold out, but I'm sure as heck getting #2, and when there's a trade available, I'll read #1. That's how I got to do it, because I wasn't smart enough to call my comic shop and be like, look, this is going to be big. I need it. Andrew, you won't be disappointed. Volume 1 is out there and available. You should be able to find the trade of Abbott #1 from Boom Studios available. Volume 2, Abbott 1973, looks very, very interesting and very exciting. So make sure you check that out. Other books on my pull this week that I'm very excited about: Batman Catwoman #2. Tom King. Tom King and Batman. Add Tom King, Batman, and Catwoman together, and you've got a whole other. Oh man, I walked myself right into being stuck saying Kit and Caboodle, which is really funny because it's Catwoman. Yes, about to finish volume 1. Brainy. At this point, Brainy, I think I have about a 2-ton box coming from you, don't I? All right. Batman Catwoman #1. And then we have from DC Comics another Tom King joint, because can't really go wrong with the Tom King. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but you can't really go wrong with Tom King. In Rorschach, again, just a great book from a great writer. Really interesting take on Rorschach. Marvel Black Cat #2. King in Black tie-in. King in Black tie. Guys, Black Cat is getting a symbiote. So now she's the extra Black Cat. Like, she's got a black symbiote suit. She's already the Black Cat. Her hair is already super white and shiny. Like, how much more into Venom can she turn? We're going to find out. Like, it's going to get ugly, I think. And I'm there for it. I'm so in. I mean, just look at this cover. You can see the symbiote. You can see all of it there. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And then the last book that's already on my pull that comes out this week is DC Future State Shazam #1, because Shazam! You can't go wrong with Shazam. I've watched Shazam once a week since I got HBO Max. You cannot go wrong with Shazam. And when you put Shazam in a wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey universe, it's going to get wild. Because Shazam... it's Shazam. Like, I can't even explain to you why I love Billy Batson as much as I love Billy Batson. I can only compare it to how much I love Freddie Freeman. So you put Shazam in a wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey Doctor Who universe, all of a sudden things get off the rails and out of control. So those are the books on my pull list at my local comic shop this week. Head over to comicshoplocator.com. I'll show it to you one more time. comicshoplocator.com. Head over to comicshoplocator.com. Type in your zip code right here and hit go. And it will pull up all the shops in your area. If you don't have a local comic shop, find one. If there are no local comic shops in your area because you accidentally searched for comic shops in Argentina like I did earlier, stick around here. There are tons of great comic shops on the Comic Book Shopping Network that can Brady, don't tell me that. Black Cat 2 also has an amazing alien cover from Peach Momoko. Ship's thinly veiled fanboying is unmasked. It's true. So, but head over to comicshoplocator.com. Look at that. Find a shop in your area. If there is no comic shop in your area, stick here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience, where we will serve as your local comic book shop by putting you in touch with local comic book shops from around the country. It's true. If you missed out on Daredevil 25 first print, second prints comes out this week, so don't miss out. Ooh, you guys are seeing the all of me's. Let's just go to that. So, in about 2 minutes, we'll be back with Minute to Skim It with Miss Jen and Hannah. But first, I want to show you guys, I want to tell you guys that this has been the first pull list. I was on Triplicate, it's true. This has been the first pull list. Every week we're going to discuss what's on my pull list, what I think should be on your pull list, and what's coming out that we all made the mistake of not adding to our pull list before it came out. That's going to be our format. That's going to be our thinking here. So make sure you set your alarms every night, 6 o'clock Eastern, for the Comic Book Shopping Experience. Tonight it was me, and now we're going to do Minute to Skim It with Miss Jen, and then we're going to do in stores this week with Nick. And then tomorrow night we have Christy Blanche, Dr. Christy Blanche from All Yeah Comics in Muncie, and Chris Rupp from Rupp's Comics in Fremont, who was here earlier. Thursday night we come back with 2 more new shows. It's true. 3 for the price of 1. It's a bulk discount, Brainy. The more of me there are, the less you have to pay. So we will see everybody next week. I will be back in about 45 minutes to hang out with Nick, but we will see you all in just a few minutes for Minute to Skim It with Miss Jen and Hannah. Thanks for being.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit comicshoplocator.com to find a store near you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
It's time for a minute to skim it.
Yes.
Yes. I'm doing to do a mad shout out to that awesome introduction by Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
What a great show that was. Now I know it kind of feels like you get to know a lot about somebody by what their pull list is, and now I feel like I know Kyle better, which is way cool. Just like I know Hannah. I know Hannah so well from her pull docs. Oh my gosh.
It's true.
Yep. I know that she loves Archie and Dan Parent.
Yes.
And pretty much every book that's like really sweet. Yeah, all the sweet books. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and she doesn't like a lot of like violence, horror. That's not her.
No, not at all.
She always hands it to me. She's like, whoosh,
and I would
take that.
I would have read that one, but I think I missed reading number 3 on that one.
I know. I was reading it. I was like, well, I think Hannah might be upset that I actually read this one. But anyway. Oh, and I have to apologize to Mr. Kyle. I totally blanked and didn't send him my list of books.
I forgot to.
Yeah, it's
we
still
worked together.
I actually also forgot to pick up my son today. He's an adult, by the way. Don't worry about it. I know. See? Yeah. All right. Cult of Dracula #2. Surprise. This is a book that actually arrived to me directly from SourcePoint. It wasn't really supposed to be in our boxes today, but so think about this as a early advanced review of that book. Cult of Dracula #2 is amazing. It's a super dark look. That kind of deals in like a cult in which the leader he's like not a relative to Dracula, but he has a name that's Dracula adjacent. So you'll be like, okay. And it's clear that he uses Dracula as an excuse for everything he does. And he is really not interested in anyone's opinion about what he's doing, although he tries to convince people that what he's doing is correct. And you want to join the cult. You actually see in this book very clearly how really, really evil this character is. And you get more fleshed out for the other characters that are involved in the book. And it's, hi, everybody, Milton! I see Brainy! And that, Milton is so awesome. So you also see you remember in Bram Stoker's Dracula, where it's very clear that the Dracula character there has like the 3 brides. They have those characters that keep showing up in this book series, and it's unclear kind of really how they relate. So that's fleshed out a little bit more in this book. The art is to die for. Go and hunt out all the different variant covers of this book if you're an art lover and like the variant covers of things. Because of that, they're really, really cool. So I'm sure if you go to everyone's like website for their local comic shops, you can find where those exist, or maybe the SourcePoint Press site might have those listed. But yeah, it's a rockin' good book. I'm glad that it found a home where it can go really far.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to go with this one first. Future State Superman Worlds of War #1. So this one actually has 4 stories in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
This one, I think regular cover price for the regular cover is $7.99. This one's the variant, so it's $8.99 because you get the cool art. Each story deals with whether it's directly Superman or they heavily reference Superman. It just, because it takes place pretty far in the future, some of them take place farther in the future, so Superman isn't necessarily around.
think that was just an explosion.
I didn't hear it.
Don't worry. No, the lights flickered a little bit. And then
Okay.
I heard loud noise. Don't worry. Something probably just blew up, but it's far enough away that it didn't bother us.
If you haven't read the Superman of Metropolis yet, pick that one up first because it is referenced in the first story in this book. And one of the stories, there's a lot of first appearances in this book, but one of the stories, like the first appearances, I'm really excited for. I want this character to have more than just appearance in this series.
It feels like.
I'm hoping.
If I were any of you and I had any inkling that I might like to be interested in the future state stuff, like we're 2 weeks in now, 3 weeks in now, and I think that it's not going to get any weaker, the line, and the line is pretty short. So if you really do
most of them
intend to pick these up, you absolutely should let your shops know. It's because of the way distribution works right now, it's impossibly hard to add things after FOC closes. So just give them a heads up, and if you and don't be mad at them if you show up and they don't have copies. It's because people added them to their pull boxes and they disappear.
Most of them are either 2 or 4 issues long, so it's a good one to add because it's short and you're done.
And even if you've never tried DC before and you're like all of a sudden,
you don't
would I jump in? This seems like a good place.
This is a really good place because you don't have to know anything what's going on at all because most of them, I don't even know what's going on and I've been reading DC.
There you go.
So,
all right. This is from Red 5 and their little sub company, Stonebot. It's the Legacy of Mandrake. This is actually number 4. You can kind of tell how much we like a series if we're reading anything past number 1 for something. In the first book of this series, you kind of met this girl who, when her parents aren't paying attention, is talking to this image that shows up in the mirror in her room. And the mirror image talks about Mandrake and who's a magician. It's not, that part's not a secret. And you know that the girl has powers. And it's very clear by the end of the first issue that whoever the being in the mirror is not a good guy. And you get far enough to issue number 4. I can't tell you everything that happens in between because this one has a huge twisty reveal that is worthy of a, clenched fist, no scream. You know what I mean? So if you understand that reference, you probably know why you like this book a whole bunch. So, if this is not your typical, just like, oh, great, it's based on Mandrake the Magician, which is an old schooly kind of book. Just imagine if you just had that knowledge of what Mandrake the Magician is and came all the way to modern day and had people related to that world. But get to see them flex their magic muscles. There's a whole bunch of magic in this issue, too. You'll like it. I like how when she turns around, it's like this choosing of her best friend. He's like, and Red Rover, Hannah calls Catwoman over.
Future State Catwoman. This one, Romvi.
Good, Jason. Good to see you guys back safely to your house.
Awesome. Romvi's writing. Enough said.
That's all we need to know.
This one is not just Catwoman. We've also got Poison Ivy and a new character.
Oh man!
So another future state with new appearances.
Gum you, Romvi. Why don't you tell me everything?
Because he can't.
I know. He tends to, but he didn't tell me that.
Wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. Rewind.
Oh, not this one.
Not
okay.
this one. There's,
Shoo! Thought I was being left in the dark. What in the world?
Oh goodness, what happens in this? Oh, there are new characters in this book. Poison Ivy's not in this one. We also see a few characters that we haven't seen in a while. I feel like this one's gonna tie pretty closely to The Dark Detective, kind of, maybe. I'm not really 100% sure yet, but it gives off that vibe. And the art is phenomenal in this one. There's totally a train heist.
I like heists. Oh, I do remember him talking about this.
Yeah.
He totally told me all the things. He said it was like the train job. Oh,
yeah.
For fans of the Firefly series.
There is another story that has Catwoman in it, and I was getting those two confused.
No, the other one is like mind-blowingly awesome.
Yes.
I've already heard the things. Hollywood Trash number 4. This is from Mad Cave.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's about the one of the
Mm-hmm.
characters in here is a brand new trash collector. It's a different kind of trash than you're thinking. This is all about
him. He's the new one, yeah.
He's the new guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the first issue.
And this one, it brings more to the forefront. There's obviously a bad guy. This bad guy is not like your normal mod boss. He looks a lot like, if you were going to take Doctor Strange in his, non-fancy outfits and made him a bad guy. It's kind of what it looks like. And the main character here who's trying to make a move is based on, she even has a name that's kind of like Oprah. She's based on that character. She's like, she's found herself in a situation where a long time she actually made this kind of like pact with this bad guy. He pretended like a child that she was supposed to be having with his. And so she's locked in this lie and he has control over her. And this book, this issue specifically, is about her trying to, she knows the only way out is probably without him in the most severe way. So here you go. Don't make a woman mad. So that's what's going on in this one. Revenjo.
Okay, so I read the beginning of the last Courier series, but I don't think I finished it because I don't remember how it ended. But I didn't need to finish it in order to pick this one up and read it. This one is The Courier, Liberty, and Death. And this is Eve, and she is a courier. And what else can I say about it?
What's the conflict? There has to be a conflict in it.
There's a couple. There are these primals, which are like these monster-looking things.
Ooh.
That, yeah, you would have loved this one too, Jen. You'll have
to go back.
Yeah. And there's different. It takes place in like an apocalyptic timeline. The primals are one of the threats, and the other threat is, pretty much a mob-based.
Okay, well, it makes sense.
Of course, it's the apocalypse. Why wouldn't that be a major factor?
Always struggle for power, no matter what time period.
Right. And from what I can tell, in the first series, she was having to get her brother out of working for who he was working for, and then some time passed, and so now, she may be having some more trouble with that. I think that's really all I can say about that one.
I will reiterate what Kyle was saying earlier in his show, that Zenescope seems to be a company that's kind of gotten a weird rap, that people look at the front cover and just kind of think that that's all there is to the book, the pretty girl covers, but the books themselves are such strong female protagonist books.
They kick butt.
I almost feel like really and truly I should just like pick a series and buy a whole bunch of them and just stick them in people's boxes and be like, I don't know how that got in there. You have to read it now, I guess. It's like, giving everybody their first hit of awesomeness for free.
Yeah.
All right, talk about awesomeness from my friend Jeff Lemire, who makes the best stuff. Lemire, sorry, bad habit. Barb Alien, Red Planet, number 3. This one is so cool. Every time that they do the ones that are based on a single character, it's going to get really, really deep and make you get really emotional about the character. So in this one, it's more development in that, he's found this affection for this other fellow who is reciprocal in this affection. But the problem is that Barb Alien, who is a Martian, has not told this partner this. And so this is kind of like his emotional journey. They find themselves in Spiral City, which is the place where the Black Hammer universe is located. And one of the Barb Alien's character gets critically injured and has to go to a hospital that is in Spiral City set aside for people that are from the gay community. And he's encouraged by his doctor to share this information before it's kind of too late. You know how it is in every single like romantic comedy where there's a secret that one of them doesn't tell the other one. Mm-hmm. And you're like, if you just said it, there wouldn't be a conflict. And then you're like, oh yeah, there wouldn't be a movie either. So right. Like, that's the way the books, you're like going, okay, the conflict exists to like, because this has probably happened in lots of people's lives. So like, you just should tell somebody. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's awesome. This one specifically may or may not make you cry, but almost every single issue of everything from the Black Hammer universe does to me. But it's so good. So good.
We have to go.
Do we have to go again?
Yeah.
Well, just know the ones on the bottom, other than the Zymphonic, I didn't get to read, so I'm just going to show them real fast. Whenever I run out of time, I still show, so you guys know about them. Heavy Metal has a whole bunch of stuff that releases tomorrow. One of them is the second issue of Dark Wing, which is a space-based story that started, I think this was like last month, almost maybe a month and a half ago when this released. Yeah. It's a nice oversized book that I know that I enjoyed very much.
And I read that one, and I remember I enjoyed it a lot. It's about a guy who I can't remember about how he relates to the circus, but I know there's like,
I think he owns the most deadliest circus.
I think so. It's not a very wholesome circus.
That's okay.
It's pretty dark.
And then I wanted desperately to read this one because I suspect that there's something important to this one, so it's going to make me crazy until I get to. But Avengers number 41 also drops tomorrow, and Cable number 7. And you know it's important if Cable has a baby he's carrying around. Who's that? Oh my lords! Always, there's more stuff we have to find out. How many more relatives does that man have?
Well, it's not baby Thanos, so...
No, it's not baby Thanos. Hypothetically.
I'm gonna do...
Time travelers just be leaving babies all over the place. That's all we know.
Future State, the next Batman. This is the one that's got the story with Catwoman and Poison Ivy, and then the new character. This one's got a bunch of... So in the first issue, we met this new Batman and who he is in reality, but I'm not going to say who it is yet, just because if people haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet.
Don't spoil things!
Right, because I don't believe the second print has released yet, so. And we see some more of pretty much why the law is that in Gotham you can't wear a mask. You can't be a vigilante, even if you're literally trying to just help reduce crime. And a little bit of who put that law into place and whether or not. I mean, I really can't say anything else about it.
I know, it's so hard when it's like, okay, if I say things, then
there's a couple
love your subtitle.
There's a couple other stories in it too. But you just got to read them because they're so good and I don't want to spoil anything.
Again, they've said very directly that although this is intended to be a separate universe, it's not going to be.
Yeah, no. Not at all. Just based on the first story and based off of a few issues ago of the regular Batman series, no, this is definitely taking place in the regular timeline.
Does Paul have a question? I can't see that far away.
Is
I
the
need a
baby's
new glass.
name Grogu?
Oh no. Oh, that would be hilarious. His ears aren't big enough in that picture, clearly. King in Black number 3. Oh man. Okay. When last we saw him, Eddie Brock was on his deathbed. He's all hooked up to a bunch of the only reason he's still alive is he's all hooked up to whatever's machines are keeping his body going. And Dylan is crushed. Some of our heroes have been taken over by symbiotes, a la Null, and like Captain America and a bunch of others, a lot of the Avengers. And they are currently trying to do Null's will and are fighting whoever hasn't been already taken over. At the beginning of the book, the heroes that are still able to are trying to get Dylan to away because they have figured out that whatever there is about Dylan, Null definitely wants, and they believe that they know that he's the only key to defeating Null. Now, whether that's true or not, I'm not 100% sure. But there is such a huge, big twist in here. Someone shows up in a mode of transportation you will not imagine, and then changes that out for something even more BA. It's so OP. It's Donny Cates, man. I swear he just gets up and watches Saturday morning cartoons. He's like, yep, I'm going to add that. It'll work. And it totally does.
Of course.
It's amazing. It'll make you, the kid inside of you will just be like, yes! And I'm not telling you a cartoon's going to show up in this book. I'm telling you, you'll see the kid in him saying there are no holds barred. I can do whatever I want. He is. He's gonna. Abbreviation time. Yes, from Mr. GQ. Thanks a lot. All right.
I'm going to go with my bite size number 2. Woohoo! So this from AWA, and Colin Bunn. So, it's not one to miss. The first issue came out beginning of December, I believe. Mm-hmm. And so it takes place the day before Christmas, and the dog is pretty much attacking one of the presents because there's something fishy about it. Mm-hmm. And spoiler if you haven't read the first one yet, but it's a little robot, and it looks just like this. And I don't know if you can tell on the cover, but he's totally reading a comic on the front.
Did Santa's little helper get lost?
Right. That's, that's what it seems. That's kind of what it feels like, because he's. I think this robot is lost. I don't.
Robots make way more sense than elves, by the way.
Maybe.
For being useful.
Maybe. The Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
That movie. Yeah. They were very useful.
Yeah.
And
cute.
Right. I really can't say much, because this one's got a lot of more focus on the robot and what he does, and he doesn't talk.
Okay.
He didn't talk in the first issue. Made some noises in the first issue. From what I can tell, he doesn't talk. But the kids, the little girl who found the robot in the first one and wrapped him up and put him back under the tree.
She wrapped him back up and put him under the tree.
It's cute. Adorable. We see a lot more of what she's thinking about our little robot friend in this issue, and it's pretty great.
Cool.
Also, the dog is just super, super cute. So,
all right, I'm gonna get you caught up. This is Maestro War and Pax, which is actually you find out in this book that it stands for something, not just the Roman word for peace. But I'll get you caught up. So the Maestro character, which is the one there, is related to Hulk. And because I'm not 100% certain if this is a reveal in the book, it'll explain to you in the book exactly how he's related to the Hulk. Because if you're reading any of the Immortal Hulk stuff, you realize that Hulk is way more than just one being. It's, Devil Hulk and Professor Hulk and just all these different beings that are all wrapped together in one thing. Even his dad is kind of wrapped in that character. So you'll find out what aspect of the Hulk that Maestro is, which is way cool, the way it's all revealed. And in this one, he's just basically, he's on the front lines of basically trying to tell the rest of the people involved here that they have to kind of bow down to whoever he's serving. Is he serving? Is it just him or not? So I'll find out in here if it's related to the stuff in Immortal Hulk, because there's also that kind of idea there too. There's someone outside of who we've met already who is actually in control. That's not the leader. The leader is being controlled by something else in that book. So I don't know if it ties together, but it's really cool. Sometimes you pick up books that you consider side books, and you're like, well, I got to read this for review because that's what I do. And then opens my mind that sometimes those side books are the best ones.
You have to go again because I
Okay. Books left. Excellent. This is Rain Like Hammers. Rain Like Hammers is an image book by Brandon Graham, which I'm going to go find him and follow him immediately after the show. It is such an adorable book. I actually read a trade paperback recently that I also have set aside somewhere to review that kind of feels like it could be set in the same universe. But so it just follows this one guy and his everyday mundane activities. It's obvious that it happens in the future. Mm-hmm. It's obvious that, things are way different. They live on, it doesn't ever show the city's moving, so who knows if they move or not, floating or walking or whatever, but they all have kind of animal names. Like I think he lives specifically on a city that's called Elephant. And it's just his everyday, making choices about, does he have something extra yummy to eat? All the food names, by the way, are crazy. It does feel like it's like this is probably the way the future is going to be, where everything's just a protein-based something, beet flavored, ground whatever. It's just, it's so hard to tell you how much you'll love it because it sounds like there's no action in this thing and they're not going anywhere, but there is action. There's something that happens in the book which creates conflict, but it's mostly just, you just wanted to just feel good about everyday future stuff. You're like, I could live in that world. That'd be all right with me. And the art is just so unique. I highly recommend that book so much. Don't miss it. Your turn.
All right. Crimson Flower #1 from Dark Horse. So this one takes place in St. Petersburg, and I don't remember if they give her name yet, but it goes through her backstory, and she is looking for a man.
Aren't we all?
No,
I got one already. Sorry.
A specific man from her past who is probably in the diamond, or in the actual blurb, is that when she is young, her father is killed, and so she is looking. I think that is the lead. Yeah, the she is looking for
that's right,
the man who killed her father. And she is also, because of the trauma that she went through as a child, losing her father, she has some major mental health issues. Mm-hmm. And she's got...
is her name Inigo Montoya?
No.
Oh my goodness.
No. The man did not have six fingers on his left hand. Left hand or right hand? Oh no, I can't remember.
No.
You should know.
Right hand, goodness.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
I like 5. LOAM and Man in Black.
I really can't say much else about it, but at the end of this issue, it definitely takes a more fantasy feel to it.
Yeah, I think
I'm really excited.
They mentioned Russian folktales, I think, in relation to this book. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. To deal with some trauma from a past thing.
Yeah.
That's as far as I didn't get to read the book, but I did look at the blurb so that I knew which ones I needed to fight Hannah for. It's important to know where to pick your battles.
That's true.
Yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles number 113. I think this one and the one following are going to be very important books that you absolutely need to have. This one is a mind-bending, time-traveling book. This character comes forward in time. Back in time to our characters. If you have not been reading Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a big event happened in part of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles universe in which everyone, humans across this area, all became animal versions of themselves. Right. So they're all dealing very much with this emotion of like one of the main characters finds herself turned into a pig, but what she's dealing with is the emotion not of being a pig, but of that the transformation usually means you lose your hair, and she's like devastated because she doesn't have her hair. And I'm just thinking to myself, as friends that I have lots of friends who have lost, like are battling cancer. That is one of those, like your identity a lot is, kind of in your appearance. And I'm just thinking it's a kind of a cool way to like try to describe the feeling that you have when you lose that part of yourself. You're battling for your life and you don't get to have your hair anymore. So that part touched me in storytelling. It's not any at all the point of the book, but to me, that's what I took, one of my takeaways. There's a huge reveal in the book about who this character is and how she's related. And you also find out, so it's been kind of like, because they're time travelers, they know that one of these other characters is going to die. And this character comes back and basically drops the bomb at who it is that's going to kill them. So if you like reveal books when there's like a whole bunch of them, it's gonna kill you because it's so much. And then you can tell immediately you need to go in order, make sure that your local comic shop has got 114 coming for you, because the implications are very clear that what's going to play out might play out pretty soon after this book. So are you really done? I need to go again, huh?
Yeah, I have one more.
Also, Abbott, 1973 is a follow-up story to the first book from Boom Studios. Abbott is a super cool character. She is basically a reporter slash detective from the 70s, and it's fully set in that universe. Just good. Kyle, loves. This one, it was kind of interesting. The first series, when it came out, the first book kind of came out very quietly and then caught on fire and became a super high demand book. So if you can find the original series, you should go back to it. But it kind of picks up where that one left off. It's not as straightforward, just like period piece. There's mystical stuff going on, as you can tell from the ghosty things trying to grab her ankles. But you should try to at least. I would pick it up because it's good stuff. What do you got? You're gonna finish it up with Wonder Woman,
Immortal Wonder Woman, Future State Immortal Wonder Woman. So this one's got Diana, and then the second story has Nubia, which I know.
I was waiting for Nubia. This is our first time to see Nubia.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
In current, yes.
Okay.
We also have there is a dark side appearance in this book.
Oh, dark side is, huh?
Okay. Dark side is, and a Swamp Thing appearance in this book. Which, if you know me, I love Swamp Thing. And the first story is our classic Diana Prince Wonder Woman, with the other Amazons, and the second story is Nubia, and that she is having to deal with I really can't say much about it.
Okay, I mean, kind of just like the hook. All you need to really say is Nubia's in there, yeah?
Yeah, Nubia's in it, and it's even more awesome than I was hoping for. So,
do you remember how many books is this a 4-issue series or just a couple? I think that's the only options we have. Oh, I bet you. Oh no, it's gonna be on this list. Or other pieces of paper I left on the other side of the room. That would have been smart to have them with me.
I can't remember off the top of my
It's
head.
either 2 or 4.
Also, you may notice an extra belt she's got on.
Wait, that's got a bat symbol on it. Is it like an
just the
engagement
tees.
belt or something?
Just the tees.
It's an engagement belt.
No.
There's gonna be all kinds of heck going on when Catwoman finds out.
No.
Oh no. Okay. I guessed all wrong. I was trying.
No, that's something you have to worry about in the Catwoman book because Catwoman's in Catwoman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, I Breathe the Body by Zach Thompson out of Aftershock Comics is the one that I've heard has the most buzz today, and with good reason. It is a really very dark look at the future of social media. It's not at all related to Friendo, but it lives in that same kind of universe where, like, how far are you willing to go to have the hits, have the clicks, to have the likes, especially in the way that this universe looks at it, in that almost everybody is kind of like corporated up. So it's primarily about a single character who finds themselves like, as a very popular person. You're triggered by relatable. Yeah, I totally get you. But in this way, so at the very beginning of the book, the character has done something that they thought was a really kind of a funny stunt, but ends up resulting in someone's death. So it's them dealing with this aftermath, and the way they decide to deal with it is kind of like so disheartening. It's a very numbers based decision. So not to read if you don't like dark visions of the future and how social media might be used. Oh no, you haven't done that. No. Please don't throw dummies off of bridges. That's not a good idea. And I wanted to talk about, we are in the last couple of days of ordering. Your store is going to get cut off, I think, in 3 days from their ability to order Bad Idea books. So just know that Bad Idea, the launch is going to be in March. So it's we're getting really close to this thing with their first title, ENIAC, which is about, computer intelligences. And that one's got 4 issues in it all together. And then in April, it starts with Tankers, which is just a 3-issue series. And then Whalesville in May, which is a one-shot. And each of these have other issues that are like the seconds and thirds of those others in it. And then the only other one that's going to be a new title, because the rest of those months are just doing 2 titles a month, by the way, ends in July with Sleigh Bells. It's 2 different words as a one-shot. Just know that the way that these are being ordered by your local comic shop is whatever they order in numbers for number 1. They also are obligating themselves to for all the rest of the numbers. So they're likely to ask you to buy the series because they have to buy the series as well. But since they're only like 4-issue series, it's not a big deal. And that if Dinesh Shamdasani is in charge of all of this, it's going to be really high quality things. So,
and they're not doing any trades. So
there's no trade. There's no chance you're ever going to get a trade for it. And they're not going to be anywhere else. They're just going to be local comic shops. And I think the total number of comic shops that signed up for the program so far is 145. So you can definitely find them. There's a link to find them for Space Cadets, but there's a whole big list on Bad Idea.
Yes.
You can even sign up on that page. They have a list of the whole group of stores. You can just go through the list and choose which one you want and put your information in there. And then the store gets a hold of that information and actually orders for you. And then last but not least, I wanted to mention my friend Zing Zim, or Xing Zim. I always say the first name wrong. Zymphonic Verses is dropping kind of like all over because he's doing self-publication for this book. So this is a very special chrome covered version of it. But when we talked to him during the EXP Expo, he was actually on the set of his show being shot. There's a show being shot for this. There are action figures being made for this. There's a video game being made for this. This is a whole universe you can buy yourself into. It's a super big, thick book, and it's not cheap. It's not like a $5 book. It's a $25 book. But I'm just telling you right now, it is the best bang for your buck if you are an art fiend or a story fiend. Yeah.
So
what is your experience with that title?
I loved it. I love the first one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah.
It's so pretty.
Just know that when he makes prints, since he's doing them himself, they come in tiny print runs because they're a big, thick book and it's expensive to make those. So if you are interested in them, have your local comic shop contact him. It's really easy. His name is XINGXIN. So you can go, or Zing Zing. My brain just stopped. I think it's XIN, sorry. You can always ask us and we'll get you hooked up with him. But get order direct from him. It's the way to go. Have your shop order from him, or you can order from him directly. All right, everybody. I think we've got just a couple more minutes before the next awesome show with Nick Barucci and Kyle coming back to give you their opinion about what other kind of books you might be looking for. They're even going to go through even trade paperbacks, which is awesome because I didn't get a chance to do that. But it's going to be an awesome week. It's a smaller week than last week was, but I think we're really on top of some other big releases.
Right.
There should be a second print for High Republic dropping maybe next week. And today also, or tomorrow also, you should be looking for that second print of Daredevil, which will have the Electra Daredevil on the front cover. Sorry for the spoiler on that. If you didn't know already about that book, then you're not collecting it anyway. Is there anything else you're really looking forward to?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to being able to catch up on Legacy of Mandrake. That one I'm really excited for.
Absolutely.
And I was like, oh, I want to read that one, but I was like, oh, Jen will enjoy it too, so I'll just read it later.
And also, just a heads up, back issue diving is becoming a really big thing now. So if you get into a new book and you think to yourself, I like this universe, going to your local comic shop and just digging through the back issue bins is like such goodness for your soul. Like, even if you don't end up finding exactly something that you want, you might find something you didn't know that you wanted that's in there. It's often what happens to me. I just end up with like, wow, either I pick things by cover or I realize that that's exactly a series that I remembered from a long ago when I was collecting in my early days that I no longer had. I'm not very good at keeping hold of my books because I love them and then I find someone else that I think should love them too. And so I give them to somebody.
Yeah.
Without the expectation of having them back. So I just want them. And then
I just want people to read the things.
Yeah. Hopefully they're passing them along.
Right.
To the next round. Oh, I guess you guys should get your notebooks out and ready. That was the other thing that I forgot to mention before we started. It's a good way to watch these shows. Like, have a piece of paper and a pen so you can kind of like write down what you think you might want. Because it's nothing worse than showing up at your local comic shop and being like, yeah, there was this book. Actually, that reminds me, I used to work at a record store, and this is exactly what used to happen to us. This is back in the day. This will show you how long ago it was when I used to work at I should call it a CD shop, because they had CDs and tapes. But people would come in all the time, and say things like, I just watched a video on MTV, and it was, I have to have this album. It was rock, and the lead singer had red hair. Anything else? Can you tell me anything else about it? Not, that's all I got. Stone Temple Pilots, maybe? Oh, yeah, that was it. Okay. So you became an expert at knowing what they're talking about by
right.
The flash image that they remember with no words from the song. Or they would say, the song goes like this. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Banana. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I can get you to where we're going. It was like cool because she taught you how to spell bananas. Okay, I gotcha.
I know exactly what song you're talking about then.
So it's like that with comic books. And your local comic shop is probably really good at it. You probably could show up at your local comic shop and say, I was watching Minute to Skim It, and all of a sudden I realized that I didn't write the things down, but I think it was about a girl who finds out a thing and there's a magician in it. I'm good. I can get you there. All right. Looks like it's time for the next show. It's going to be so cool. If you want to go to your local comic shop and you just haven't had a chance to go out in a while and you want to kind of figure out what's the one closest to you and try something cool and new, go to comicshoplocator.com. Mm-hmm. It's such an easy thing to go and surf. You just need to know the zip code that you're in. Seems like an easy enough thing. And thank you guys so much for joining us. It has been a blast. We'll see you guys next week for another Minute to Skim It, same time.
What's up, everybody? I'm back. You thought you got rid of me, didn't you? You thought you could be rid of this guy. You see me nonstop for 3 days on the EXP Expo. Then I'm the first show out of the gate on Tuesday. You thought you could be rid of me, but I'm back. And that's a good thing. Because I'm here to tell you, head over to comicshoplocator.com one more time. We're gonna keep talking about Comic Shop Locator, guys. You're not gonna be able to get rid of Comic Shop Locator. We're going to keep talking about Comic Shop Locator because it's so important. It's the easiest way to find the stores nearest to you where you can go out and you can support the people who bring you comic books, who make you comic books, who do the comic book job. Okay? We talked to so many great creators this weekend, and they talk about how, making comic books is something they do because they love it. They do it because it's in their soul. And if you go over to your local comic book shop, that's where you get to support those people. Plus, you get to support a small business in your community, which you can never go wrong supporting a small business in your community, right? Like, I don't know who thinks that way. So, Comic Shop Locator is so important. I showed it during my show a couple times. I'm going to bring it up here again. If I can click on the right things, because it's been a day where I have done nothing but click on the wrong things. So here we go. We're going to go like this. Head over to comicshoplocator.com. This is what it looks like. Up at the top here, you type in your, well, that's not going to do it. Type in your zip code. I'm going to pick a zip code. 43616, which is the suburb of Toledo. We're going to click on that, and it's going to bring up all the stores closest to that suburb of Toledo. You can see them. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a new one, a fifth one way out here. I bet I can tell you what shop that is. We go all the way down to number 5. Boom! Rupp's Comics. Rupp's Comics will be on the comic book shopping experience tomorrow, 8 to 10 p.m. Doing a live show here where you can purchase comics tomorrow night. Rupp's Comics. Boom. But number 3 on the list is my local comic shop. It's the comic shop where I have my pull list. They've been around for, oops, that's the wrong thing to click on. They've been around for about 35 years. They're a great shop. Ed, who runs it, is a great dude who loves comics. The other place you should be heading is previewsworld.com. Previewsworld.com. Previews is the place where you go to find out what's coming out this week, to wrap your head around what's new in comics this week, and to be able to see and read solicitation and read what books are about. Previews is an invaluable resource to the comic book fan, and it's a great tool to have. Previewsworld.com. You can see what's coming out this week, what's coming out next week, what's coming out in the future. They've got all kinds of comic book news over there at Previews World. And what's really cool about Previews is that it's the diamond list. So it's the list of books that are coming to your comic book shop from the distributor. It's not like some of those websites you go to where it's, well, this is supposed to be out this week, and you've got no way of knowing. Like, stuff happens, things change. Diamond has their list because they know what they're shipping. So that's another great reference and resource for you to use is previewsworld.com. We've been very lucky here on the Comic Book Shopping Network or Comic Book Shopping Experience to have great partners like Diamond Comics, like Dynamite Comics, like so many great people who are, helping us to support the local market. And so we want to make sure we are putting them out there and letting you know about them. So we're gonna take a real quick commercial break here in just a second, and we're gonna play a couple of commercials, pay some bills, and give you a chance to kind of get ready for in shops, what we're calling in stores tomorrow with Nick. Which is going to be a great show. He and I are going to hang out. We're going to talk about what's in stores tomorrow. There's a ton of great stuff in stores tomorrow. Stuff that I haven't talked about yet, that Miss Jen didn't talk about. There's stuff that, you haven't even heard of yet that's in stores tomorrow. And so it'll be really fun to have a conversation about that. But first, we're going to take a quick break and pay some bills.
There's something for every imagination at your local comic shop. Visit ComicShopLocator.com to find a store near you.
Thanks for sticking around, everybody, through that little break there. So one of the fun things that we're going to get to do here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience is talk about all of pop culture, not just comic books. We've been very comic-centric tonight. But we're going to talk about all of pop culture, including pop culture news. So I wanted to give a little bit of a shout-out to all of our local stores first, but then I want to talk about some of the shows that are coming up in the rest of the week. Here on the Comic Book Shopping Experience. So first of all, shout out to all of our partner stores that are part of this thing. So we have Jesse James Comics in Glendale, Arizona. We have Space Cadets Collection in Houston, Texas. We have Rupp's Comic World in Fremont, Ohio. We have Aw Yeah Comics in Muncie, Indiana, and then we have A Comic Shop down in Florida with Aaron Hallen. Guys, we've got a great team here. And then we have myself and Nick, who are kind of like, how do I put this? Unaffiliated. we're free agents. So eventually, one of these shops will sign us, but we're kind of in the unaffiliated category. We're just here to help you guys have a good time and learn more about comics and point people to the direct market. The thing about the comic book direct market is that it is a market that's been around. It's a part of the industry that's been around a really long time that we really, really, really want to support, because without local comic shops, none of us would have ever discovered our first comic book. Some of us, some people were fortunate enough to live in an era where you could go to 7-Eleven and buy them off the spinner rack. But these days, you find comic books at comic book shops, and we want to point people back to where they can find comic books in comic book shops. So, we've talked and talked and talked. And we're going to talk more about the comic shop locator, the 800 comic shop locator service. Did you guys know there's a phone number you can call, and they'll tell you where there's a comic shop? I think it's 800 comic shop, but don't quote me on that. I prefer comicshoplocator.com because everybody's got a computer in their pocket these days. You go to comicshoplocator.com on your pocket computer. Make sure you don't try and do it on your pocket monster. That would just make your Pikachu mad, or your Charmander, or in my case, my Snorlax. So, just pull out your phone, Comic Shop Locator, and it'll tell you where there are comic shops near you. And it tells you what those comic shops do. It tells you if they do Free Comic Book Day, they do Halloween Comic Fest, if they partner with local libraries, if they partner with local schools, all of that kind of stuff. And they give you a shop profile and an idea what each shop is. And then, again, I'm going to keep pushing towards it. Head over to previewsworld.com and click on that site and look at what's coming out. But I'm going to take my last couple minutes here and tell you about other shows that are coming out here from the comic book shopping experience in the next few days. Tomorrow afternoon, I think about 5 o'clock, we will have an interview with Cullen Bunn and Blackie Shepard, who are working on Reanimator, The Eternal Lie. It's a book that's currently on Indiegogo crowdfunding, and it's a really cool book featuring characters from a Lovecraft short story and playing in that Lovecraftian world, featuring all of Lovecraft's great elder gods. So it's a great story from them with amazing art that's out there on Indiegogo right now. They'll be here with us at about 5 o'clock tomorrow with an interview, and then following them will be Dr. Christy Blanche from Oh Yeah Comics in Muncie, Indiana, doing a show called What We Do in the Comic Shop. If you've not seen What We Do in the Comic Shop, you are in for a treat. She has a co-host who is not entirely human, and I'm not talking about her pet dogs. It's a very interesting co-host, and she always has great product and great things for you to pick up. And then following her is Chris Rupp from Rupp's Comics, who I don't know if you've not followed Rupp's, you should need to go follow Rupp's Comics. He's always got amazing variants and exclusives and stuff. He has over 1 million comics in his warehouse. It's the second largest collection anywhere. And if excuse me, if you're into it, he's got it. So he will be here to 8 to 10 tomorrow. Christy will be here 6 to 8. Cullen Bunn and Blackie Shepard will be here 5 to 6 tomorrow. Oh man, tomorrow's gonna be a big day. But then Thursday we come back. We have Nerd News Now will air. Nerd News Now is a kind of a talk show, roundtable panel show where we talk about what happened in the nerd world in the past week. And I'll be honest, this week's episode, I was on it with Miss Jen and Brainy Singh from Enjoy Games and Comics, as well as some other folks. This week's episode is not our average Nerd News Now. I'll be honest. We spend a lot of time talking about nerdy food, which is a topic I didn't expect, but it's a really good, fun time to talk about. We talk a lot about cheese. Do you guys like cheese? In the comments, tell me what your favorite cheese is. So we love, we love talking about the things that interest us, and one of those is food. So that's what we talked about. And then on Friday, we will have another little special show that is going to debut that I can't tell you about just quite yet. But we will be dropping that on Friday. It looks like he's ready. Give me a thumbs up live from the headquarters of the most explosive comic company by name ever. If you're ready, and we'll light this candle off. What do you think? You ready? He's not giving me a thumbs up, so I'm going to keep talking. Tell me in the comments, favorite cheese. We're just going to have some fun now. Favorite Pokemon. Let's have a conversation in the comments while Nick gets himself situated here. Tell me about your favorite comic shop, your local comic shop. Tell me why you go there. Tell me, just let's talk. Are you ready now, Nick? Thumbs up? I think that was a thumbs up. All right, guys. We're gonna go into in stores this week with Nick. Nicky B.
What's going on, Kyle? How you
Nicky
doing, man?
loves comics. Very good, very good. Hey, man, I'm so excited to do this show. I like your little emoji.
Thank you.
You got emoji in your name. You spiced it up a little bit. All I have is this guy. Just kind of floating.
Love what you do. Do what you love. That's all that matters in life. Do that. Kyle, by the way,
True. So
as I was leaving my house, today, I got to tell you, this pandemic's really driving some people crazy. Because as I left my house, my neighbor was talking to her dog, and I got to tell you, I was laughing so hard, I went back inside and told my cats about it. But I'm fine.
That's funny.
You know it's bad when you haven't put on your jeans for 3 days because your pajamas tells you still fit them. Hey, I'm going to go back to my day job. It's supposed to be comic books, not comedy, because I stink at comedy. So there was.
I was just about to do one of these numbers.
All right, let's be a little bit serious. So I will chime in because I am Italian and I am loquacious. So Kyle and I practiced last week. Originally, I was going to do this show on my own, and we just had a great rhythm going. We talked about comics we liked. We talked about some of the new events that were happening. One of the big pushes at the comic book shopping experience is to promote comic book stores, the 800 comic shop locator service, 800 comic book. We want our fans to go to the comic stores. We want our fans to support retailers. And one of the things that both Kyle and I realized as we were practicing last week and just getting ready for today's show is we realized just how much we gel and how much we both love comics. And it felt more like having this experience together, speaking together, would be a lot more fun for the consumer. Plus, we can tease each other a little bit, which makes it more fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, us ribbing each other is, maybe the thing we're best at. We're both pretty good at talking about comics, but we're really good at talking garbage, right?
A little bit. Kind of like a good.
You come to it genetically. I come to it by years of practice, right?
Exactly. For me, it's more like De Niro and Goodfellas. You insulted him a little bit. We rip each other a little bit.
So, this whole thing is in stores this week.
In stores,
I spent an hour in stores this week. I spent an hour telling people what's on my pull list. Nick, what's on your pull list this week?
Well, I have a very, very, very eclectic collecting habit. So I have a little bit from everyone. So we called it in stores this week and more. because this is our first show and we do want to talk about the books that are in stores this week, but we also want to talk about some of the books that have come out the last few weeks, because there have been some great comics over the last few weeks, and we think the audience should have a little bit of information on everything. So I would like to talk about King in Black #3 that you and I started talking about earlier today. Sacred Six, Philadelphia, Vampirella, Maestro, X-Force, Red Sonja Price of Blood, Avengers, Dynamite, and Deceased right next to each other. How do you like that? Power Rangers, Once and Future. We are looking at Future State, Catwoman, Catwoman, Batman, Red Sonja the Superpowers, Vampirella the Dark Powers. We're going to talk about Previews Magazine with the Invincible figures, and with the upcoming Noctera by Scott Snyder and Tony Daniel. But wait, there is more. There is always more. We have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We have more Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. By the way, these will never be mint condition. We have Planet of the Symbiotes, Thunderbolts. Whoa, like I said, they won't stay mint. You know what? I'll get to these a little at a time, but we are going to talk about Spider-Man and Nick Spencer, because as you and I discussed last week, Nick Spencer has pulled off something that I would have doubted many writers could, but he's one of the few that could, and I'm really excited about it. So lots of books to talk
super
about.
true. Yeah. Lots of books to talk about. I mean, so many books to talk about. And let's start with the Nick Spencer. Let's start with comic books Nick Spencer.
All right.
How let me ask you this. You're a man of the industry, as it were. How long has comic books Nick Spencer been on your radar?
I mean, Nick Spencer's done a great job in his entire career. I first saw some great writing out of him. God, I saw great writing out of him. Boy, I need to get a dictionary. I first started reading Nick Spencer, and he came to my attention on Thunder Agents, and he did just such a fantastic job on Thunder Agents at DC. And Marvel was really, really quick to hire him, and they put him on some of their main books. And right now, the thing that I'm most excited about, I know I'm fast forwarding to now because I could be talking about his run on Archie, because he had a great run on Archie. I think he started with Archie 700, if I remember, but I could be misremembering. Anybody, please feel free to correct me.
That seems right.
Okay, there you go. I might be right. Kyle just said I might be right. So 50-50 there. But what's amazing about Nick, no pun intended, is that his run on Spider-Man really is amazing. And when you think about the fact that Dan Slott had an unprecedented 100-plus issue run on Spider-Man, plus the 30-plus issues of Superior Spider-Man, plus the Deadly Foes of Spider-Man Nick Spencer wrote Deadly Foes, so maybe I'm getting a little confused there. But Dan Slott has had a great run on Spidey between the main title and any spin-off titles. What Nick Spencer has done is something I think very few writers could have done. Nick has actually tackled Spider-Man and made it his own, and is writing some of the best Spider-Man stories that I have read. And I got to tell you, that's part of the excitement in comics that I look for. That's the kind of excitement in comics that keeps me going. That's just the unbelievable part of this industry. I mean, a little bit of speculation went into Spider-Man 55 with that beautiful Patrick Gleason cover. People got excited. The cover drew people in, but the story's great. And the fact that the story is so fantastic is what's keeping people coming back. And something we're going to be talking about in a little bit, because while we're talking about in stores this week, we're also going to be talking about pre-ordering. The Spider-Man issues coming out in March, April on, we'll have Spider-Man in the new costume. So the story elements happening now lead into that. And that's some of what I want to say about Nick Spencer, one of the smartest writers today, and doing what I think is near impossible, which is following Dan Slott on the title and then making it his own.
One of the legends I got to speak to this weekend as part of EXPCon was Scott Hanna, a legendary artist in his own right, but inker. And he told us on there that he has a cover for one of the next issues of Spider-Man by Nick Spencer coming out. He did a variant for it, so that's something to be looking for.
That's pretty cool. Very cool.
I mean, I think it's one of those things is that, you know, Nick Spencer's run has gotten a lot of hype because Nick Spencer, like, don't get me wrong, Nick Spencer, like, I said that twice, but it bears repeating. He has done, since I first read it on Morning Glories, but since he got to Marvel, it's been nothing but hit after hit. It's been nothing but, even the stuff people didn't like, they liked and read. So let's be real, they liked it. So now he's on Spider-Man, which to me is a character that he could have very easily messed up, and he didn't. And recently, the books have been getting a lot of love for the covers. So you get somebody like Sky Hanna who's going to take a cover and turn it into something gorgeous because he's an amazing artist, paired with Nick Spencer's amazing writing on the inside. And it's the kind of thing that happens where all of a sudden you see a resurgence in a character. You know, Spider-Man may not have been the man in a little while, kind of like Iron Man or Maestro or some of them have been. But you bet your butt when you see that variant with that writing on the inside and that interior art, you're gonna run out and add it to your pull list.
Oh, and that's the best part. I mean, seriously, that is the best part. I mean, a little bit of hype, a little bit of attention, a little bit of rarity. It just gets people excited. And to me, having that can sometimes be that was the bell. I have to go. The rest of the show is yours, Kyle. Have a good one. Thank you. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, you know I'd do it too. That's the scary part, Nick. Is
Dude, there's
tell me
nothing
that's all right.
about that. You're a pro. You would take it and run, and that's the best part.
I'll come up with something.
Listen, it's really, really great. You know, the industry went through a tough time, just like every industry, which is why we're going to talk about fans supporting their local retailers more. And hopefully from our shows, fans will start to discover comics they may not have discovered and start reading more comics, because that's what this is all about. You know, as Kyle knows, and I'm telling the audience at home right now, I have no linear thought. So I'll jump around. So we should have been talking about Previews magazine already, and we jumped into Amazing Spider-Man because we are excited. But the goal of this show and the goal of this channel, the comic book shopping experience, we are trying to bring you the best experience possible, and we are trying to introduce you to new books, and we are absolutely trying. Our goal is for us to bring you back into the comic store and that camaraderie that you might have in the comic store, and the camaraderie you have that I know that growing up I used to have when we used to go to the comic store on Wednesdays and Fridays, because when I was young, Wednesdays and Fridays were the days comic stores had new books. It was split up with DC, Marvel, and Independence, or as the other way to say it, back in my day, it was easier back then to be in the store and to talk to other fans, talk about the comics, be more excited. Hopefully what we're doing here can bring that experience to you. And hopefully our shows can help you find out new books you may not have tried. You can buy them from your local comic store. You can pre-order them. You can use Previews magazine. You can go to Previews online. You can check the publishers' websites, whether you're going to Marvel.com or DCComics.com, Dynamite.com, ImageComics.com, etc. We want you to know more about the comics coming out, and we want you to support your local retailer even more so. Going back to what I said earlier, where I lost my train of thought, no linear thought here, the comics industry had a tough time last year, as did almost any other industry. And the great part is that even though we did lose 93 retailers, some of them ended up moving to either having an eBay store or just focusing online, but we still lost 93 brick and mortar retailers if memory serves. We don't want to lose any other brick and mortar retailers. We want to strengthen the brick and mortar retailers that we have. We want to strengthen the market, and we want, hopefully, to grow the number of retailers in the market. This is why we're putting up the comic shop locator service. This is why we're giving you the phone numbers. This is why we're talking comics. I mean, I'm the CEO and publisher of Dynamite Entertainment. But first and foremost, I love comics, and that's the idea of this show. It's in stores this week and more with Nick, that we can talk about all the books in stores this week. And that's part of the thing that Kyle and I have in common. You know, I'm immature, which keeps me young, and Kyle's just young. So that's the two worlds.
I'm feeling a little old this week, Nick. I'll tell you that much.
Could it be because you put in a 48-hour days in a row?
As my boss, I shouldn't tell you how many hours I worked last week. That's all I'm going to say to you. All right? You're going to be renegotiating my contract already. So we've been live for 3 days. So, but look, I think that's true. I was a brick and mortar retailer who closed my store because of the pandemic. That's who I am. And now I get to come here and help plug my friends who are still around.
Yes.
You know, I'm not going to say I wasn't a good enough retailer, but I just wasn't in a position when the pandemic hit to be able to make it work. I'm a high-risk individual. Being in a store every day with a pandemic wasn't something that I could do, and it made sense for me to close and try something new and do something new. And so I went online only. I'd been a part of selling through Facebook Live for a couple years before that, but when this opportunity came up and I got to talk to Nick and Jen and Jesse, and they're telling me, Kyle, what we want to do is save the direct market, is to build the direct market through this new thing that we're doing. I said, sign me up, run me into the ground, let's do it. I want to be the guy who helps to build the local comic shop market. I want to help build the direct market. And I think it says a whole lot about a publisher who's willing to say, you know what? Initially, the plan for Tuesday night was going to be Dynamite Comics Night. We were going to have a show where you were talking about Dynamite books. And you said, you know what? No. The direct market needs a friend. And we're going to be that friend. And I'm going to forgo my own benefit to benefit somebody else. And I think that's tremendous of you, Nick. And I think it's a really good segue into, you know, there's so many good books coming out this week that you need to go into your local comic shop tomorrow or Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday or look, I'll name all the days of the week if I have to get you to go there. But I think it says a lot, you know, that there are so many good books that you could go pick up, and that means a couple of bucks in a retailer's pocket. You go buy 5 books, that's 5 books worth of money in that retailer's pocket. Now, they've got to buy more books, but they also can feed their family. They also can keep the lights on in their store. They can make their car payment. They can buy themselves health insurance. They can hire a helper, because God knows we all need more helpers. So I think the great thing about this is that looking at what's in stores tomorrow and driving people there.
And that is the most important thing.
Soapbox.
Well, I mean, that is the most important things on a lot of levels, because giving back to the industry, like you said, I mean, I don't find it selfless wanting to give back to the industry, wanting to promote the industry. I think on so many levels that it's the right thing to do, and it's the only thing to do. We started this channel with a mantra. We started this channel with the goal of let's bring more comics into consumers' hands and give them the ability to get them, and let's promote the local comic stores. There's a reason why some of our commercials actually focus on promoting the direct market. we're working with Diamond, with publishers to create ads to promote the direct market. We're obviously all doing this to ensure that we can also feed our families, our employees, our retailers, their families. But growing the market is the best thing that can be done. I've been doing this since I was 12 years old. I've been doing this for 39 years. And I've seen practically every up and down that the direct market has had. And actually, I have seen every up and down that the direct market has had. Right now, I feel like the comics are so great. We just need to make sure that enough fans know about them to go out and buy them and get hooked, because that's part of what's missing. I mean, you and I, we agree on a lot of comics, we disagree on some comics, which is great. That's, you know, that's the choice that we have. But there's enough negativity out there that we want to focus on the comics we love. So one thing I'm going to go right, one thing I want to go to right now, I'm going to segue finally to talk about Previews Magazine. For those of you who don't know, Previews Magazine, previewsworld.com, some people call this the Bible of the comics industry. Basically, you're ordering comics 2 months in advance of them shipping. We're in the month of January, and this Previews Magazine is for comic books and other cool collectibles that are shipping in March. If you have the ability, if your local comic store is open, if you have the ability to go to your local comic store, pick up a copy of Previews, look at the comics, and pre-order the comics on the pull list to help your local retailer figure out what to order, you will be doing the best thing you can for them, because it takes a little bit of the guesswork out of it for them. It helps them project. And then hopefully word of mouth would allow more fans to enjoy the books you enjoy. So as I mentioned, one of the biggest books that is coming out in March is Noctera #1. Now, this book will be a hit. There's no doubt in my mind. You have Scott Snyder with Tony Daniel, and it is a team that is just unbelievable. It's one of the best writers in the industry with one of the best artists in the industry. I mean, Scott came in a little bit more than 10 years ago and took the industry by storm and just catapulted with Greg Capullo on Batman. I mean, those guys took Batman to the next level and maintained his #1 status at DC. And it's just some watershed work that they put out. I mean, there's a reason why their Court of Owls story arc ended up in the Gotham TV series. It's that darn good. Tony Daniel, man, I remember Tony Daniel coming in, X-Force, then working for Todd McFarlane. I think he didn't do the Violator miniseries. That was Bart Sears. I'm trying to remember which series he did, but he did a run on Spawn. He then did the 10th at Top Cow. He's definitely been around a good amount of time. He still looks like he's 18, so I hate him for that. But he has been around for a good amount of time. But he really took off when he started working Batman again. And at DC, working on the Justice League, he really helped maintain some strong sales. The two of them working together on their first creator-owned ad Image is just great. One other thing I want to point out, I'm going to try and point out one book from each main publisher, and then some books from some of the smaller publishers. One other thing to point out real quick, not only does Previews have a magazine that has every title of every publisher outside of DC and outside of Marvel, Marvel has their own catalog. So you can actually look at the Marvel Previews catalog for all your favorite Marvel books, including their launch of the Aliens TV series with Philip Kennedy Johnson, which I'm really looking forward to. And of course, you have King in Black #5, which is going to be a debate Kyle and I have in a few minutes when we talk about, in my opinion, how great of a team that Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman are. Because to me, going back to being an old man and back in my day, this is the Chris Claremont and John Byrne of today. This is a team supreme. These guys are magic together. But we're going to talk about that in a few minutes because I don't want to argue with Kyle about that just yet. We'll get to that.
Well, we have a comment, this sort of a question from John Cole. It's always better to order in advance, ? Yes. It's always better to go into your local comic shop and tell them well ahead of time what you want to read.
Exactly.
Especially if you know you're going to want to read it. Because then the big thing is that they can be like, well, I normally order 12 issues of Batman, and John wants an issue of Batman, so I'll order 13. And now John's for sure going to get one. And you don't have to worry about, well, are they going to sell out or not? And at the same time, your comic book store knows they're going to sell exactly how many copies they're going to sell. Hey, Nick, were you thinking about the F5 miniseries Tony Daniel did?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. I wondered if that was the one you were thinking of that you couldn't remember.
That is probably the one I could not remember after the 10th. You're right. Going back to what you were saying, though, about pre-ordering, and if a retailer knows they can sell 12, then they know to order 13. The other thing that does happen, which is kind of a better problem for a retailer, let's say they are ordering 2 copies for the shelf, and both of them sell out right away. What if they could have sold a third or a fourth? That's something off the shelf. That's something that pre-ordering helps. DST, Robert Kirkman, one of the best writers and most fertile minds the industry's had, he has a great range of comics that range from The Walking Dead to Super Dinosaur to Invincible. I mean, he's got horror, he's got kids books, and he's got superheroes. And it's pretty cool. Diamond Select Toys are actually doing action figures of Invincible. So this is something that might be cool to pre-order. Not all retailers order action figures because they may not know what the market is. So it is definitely a blessing when you can help them determine that. And by the way, I know I said we're going to move on to other publishers, but real quick, I just want to show some of the beautiful artwork by Tony Daniel in there. Let me move up a little.
Let me make you big here.
Of course, I'm going to do a terrible job. This is our first show, everybody. Give us a break. This is so different than QVC and Home Shopping Network. So different. Because you know what?
Well, the cameras are a lot smaller.
Exactly. So, all right. So definitely check it out. So now we're going to go to Dark. And I got to tell you, we are Dark Horse is closing out on a series that I really love, that I think most people would love. The True Lives of the Fabulous Killjoys Anthem by Gerard Way, Sean Simon, Leonardo Romero. Let me bring it up. This is issue number 6 of the series. If you have not picked up the first few, see if your local comic store has them. And pre-order. This is issue 6 shipping in March, so you should be able to pre-order 4 and 5 as well, and look for 1, 2, and 3 in the back issues. So we're not going to just talk about the number ones either. We also want to talk about some of the other series, even if they're ending, just to bring more attention to them. Again, it's about picking up comics. It's really about just trying new books, finding out about new books, and just taking it from there. Now, I think let's talk about a collection. And here's Godzilla Unnatural Disasters, $29.95 graphic novel. This is something you definitely want to pre-order from your local retailer if you want it, because with the cost of books today, graphic novels are even harder to order for, because that is a lot of money for a retailer to sit on if it doesn't sell. But this is a really cool collection from IDW, and I give it a high recommendation.
Well, and the other thing about Godzilla too is that Godzilla has a ton of appeal to a lot of people. It is niche in the comic book industry. So right. There are a lot of retailers that aren't going to order Godzilla just on spec and hope someone will buy it. So if you call them and say, "Hey, I want Godzilla," they make sure they get you a copy.
Exactly. Especially when they know it's a graphic novel and that you're committed to it, because it is an expensive purchase for them. $30 may not seem like a lot to some people, but to a retailer, you multiply that by as many graphic novels that come out per month, and it does add up to be a lot of money. I'm going to
Yes.
move on. I'm going to move on to, and all hands on deck. See the Dynamite sign behind me? Dynamite over here. I'm going to recommend Vampirella versus Purgatory. It's written by Ray Fawkes. I think one of the best writers in the industry. He has had some really great runs at DC. He did one of our Gold Key series for us, and we haven't worked with him for a while because of his schedule, and we were looking for the right project. Being able to have Vampirella and Purgatory compete against each other, we were able to work on this crossover and bring Ray in. We have great covers by Derek Chu, Carlo Paglione, Joe Michael Linsner, etc., etc., etc. I don't want to spend too much time focusing on Dynamite because I need to focus on everybody. My friends at Boom have Power Rangers Unlimited.
Oh, hold on. Before we move on too fast, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Let's put out. You sent me both covers.
Yes.
So we've got the Paglione cover and the Chew cover, but you also sent me this beauty.
Yep, the turnarounds.
Concept. The turnarounds, yes. So, guys, the art on this book on every level makes it worth picking up, even if you don't know who Vampirella or Purgatory are, which at this point I don't know how that's possible. But if you don't know who they are, just the art on this book alone makes it worth picking up.
Well, that's the one thing we wanted to do because we want people to see what some of the interior pages look like. We wanted to show the concept art because we have a great writer, we have a great artist, but we wanted to show the artist. And obviously, like we were talking about with Spider-Man 55, covers help sell a comic, but the interiors of the comic have to be great as well. It's got to be a great story. It's got to be great art. And that's what we are bringing to the table. So, and another publisher that's bringing cool stuff to the table, I'm going to move to Power Rangers, the Unlimited Heir to the Darkness. Boom Studios, they've done a fantastic job with the Power Rangers. They've really nurtured the series. They're 5+ years in right now and still going strong. They've had some great writers on it, including Ryan Parrott, Kyle Higgins, writers that I have an incredible amount of respect for. These are all books that you can pre-order today with your local retailer for in stores in March. Now, we're not going to just talk about the big 7. Well, I guess we talked about 5 out of the big 7. We will talk about DC. We will talk about Marvel. Let's talk about some of the smaller publishers as well. So Aftershock has a great new book, Undone by Blood, Agents of Chance. That's some really cool artwork there.
Guys, this is the speculator book of the week. Everybody's out there looking for this book. A lot of stores are going to find that they underordered it. So make sure you get there early to get a chance to grab it. But if you don't get a chance to grab it, make sure you ask your retailer to get it on reorder.
From Kyle's lips to your phone, I guess. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, no, it's so Undone by Blood, for those of you who haven't heard the pitch a couple of times now tonight, is a story about social media and the power of capitalism and social media. And what would you do to get hits on social media? And I made the comment on Jen's show, I would do anything for views, but I won't do that. And that's kind of the premise of the story, is how far would you go and what happens when you go too far? How do you walk back from there? So Undone by Blood is the hot book of the week. It's on fire. It's so good. I've read it. I got a preview copy of it. It's so good. So make sure you check that one out.
Seriously, and that's what, and again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, that's what this show's about our talking about the books that we're passionate about. and giving the feedback to the fans. I'm going to go from Aftershock to American Mythology. They have a new Zorro #1 coming out. It's their 5th anniversary publishing, and it is a pretty cool book. I think it's a one shot, written by Ian Rimmer, art Mario Capaldi. Just a really cool book. Photo cover available as well for fans that love the photo covers. And again, you can order it now for March in stores. We'll go through a few more books. I think it's really cool to talk about Sabrina. We're sticking with the A's. We're into Archie. You've got a new Sabrina book that you can pre-order now for March. I mean, Archie is putting out some of the best comics that they have. They've just been on fire for the last 8 years, ever since Mark Waid on so many levels took over the Archie series and Adam Hughes did the Betty and Veronica mini series. They just really, they really reinvigorated their books, and the audience just really connected with it. And we'd like to see more of an audience connect with it. Let's get a little bit out of the A's. So, we'll jump around a little bit. We are going to go straight to. I do want to pick some publishers that I think I know enough about too that I'm trying. I can't try everything, but I try my best. There's a new Oni series hitting in March, Sprite and the Gardener, 88-page OGN that I think is worth trying out. And we will end this with Scout Comics having some comics out come March. And I honestly think that Kyle has a little bit more background on some of these books than I do.
So top, if you're looking at Nick's screen, top, as you're looking at it, top left-hand corner is Atlantis Wasn't Built for Tourists #3 by Eric Palicki. It is a Lovecraftian horror, but it's got a really different look to it, really different feel to it. It's not exactly Lovecraftian. It just feels like something that H.P. Lovecraft would have been like, yeah, I can get behind that. In the middle on the bottom is Frank on the Farm. Frank is who you think Frank is. And why is he on a farm? Well, you have to read to find out. Really interesting take on a story that should be familiar to most people, but it isn't. Scout Comics, guys. Scout Comics has been bringing a bunch of great books to you. White Ash. You've heard so many of these books. Loggerhead, which is a story about a giant turtle that destroys everything. Like, they're not scared there at the Scout Comics to tell a weird story, and they like it. But the great thing I think about Scout Comics for you, the reader, and for me, the retailer, is that when Scout Comics puts a book out, it's because it's done. They're not soliciting books, and then you've got to wait for artists and writers to catch up. These projects are complete when they go to solicitation. So what you have is you have books coming out on a regular schedule that you can pick up. You've got trades, and Scout Comics works very closely with people in Hollywood so that a lot of this stuff feels more cinematic and has that kind of feel to it that you're used to with things like The Mandalorian or HBO's Watchmen series or The Boys, for instance, where you've got these stories that have been adapted and are very cinematic. When you pick up these books, they've got that feel that they'll easily translate into something someday, hopefully. But if not, you still get that same kind of whole world, three-dimensional, pulls you in, makes you feel it kind of mentality. So Scout Comics is great. I can't recommend them enough. They're a very small publisher who's doing very big things in a very specific and smart way. Nick, you just muted yourself. I don't know if you meant to do that. But...
a little bit I did because I actually coughed. And, I got to tell you, we don't have a DC previews, which is you need to go to the website. But there is a lot more information. Right now, Kyle has some of the books that have sold out. I'm going to talk about some of the upcoming #1s first. Then we're going to go back to the sold out books. Kyle, stop getting ahead of me, man. You're breaking my inconsistent flow, okay? Listen, I'm the only one that can jump around, not you. So Infinite Frontier is coming out come March. which you can pre-order, and it's Jeff Johns, it's Scott Snyder, it's a bevy of creators. You've got a new Joker #1, Crime Syndicate #1 that I'm really looking forward to, Harley Quinn #1, Superman Red and Blue is coming back, and Swamp Thing #1. There is a bevy of #1s coming out from DC come March, and considering how well the Future State books are doing, it's a great time to jump on it. We're going to talk about DC for a few minutes right now. Not only the March shipping books, but also the books that have come out the last few weeks, because now, Kyle, you can show the sold out going back to press books.
Which one do you want me to show?
I don't care. Stick with my program, man. Jesus. Oh man, eyes. I got to look more closely.
There's
So anyway,
many DC books.
There are so many. Obviously, my favorite is The Flash, and that goes back to the debate you and I had that we'll be talking about. Flash Future State. Oh my God, that book was so fantastic. The art by Dave Eaglesham. And the one thing that every crisis and every big event, there needs to be a Flash. And I have to tell you, whether it's Crisis on Infinite Earths with the death of Barry Allen, if it's New 52, Barry going back in time to try and save his mom, saving his mom, changing the history, then Rebirth, where Wally could only come back if he found his greatest love, and it wasn't Linda, it actually ended up being Barry. Spoiler alert. Listen, that story's 5 years old. If you don't know it by now, that's not on me.
Right?
And then right now with Future State, spoiler alert. I mean, if you don't want to hear what this first issue is about, this is the time to hit mute, because this story is about Wally West. Spoiler alert. Just giving you one more chance to hit mute on the spoiler alert, okay? And in case I wasn't clear, spoiler alert. So in Future State Flash #1, and there again, a good reason why it sold out and went back to press. You have the Flashes trying to find Wally and stop Wally from killing everyone. Okay, and what is happening is the Flashes have lost their powers, but you see them fighting as a team. And I don't want to go too far into it, but you see them fighting as a team in trying to find Wally without their powers, but they have the power. They've taken some of the powers of the Rogues Gallery. Now, two Flashes fall in the first. One Flash falls in the first few pages. The other Flash falls by the end of the story, and it's just a great book. And the art by Dave Eaglesham, I have to tell you, it is the best work of his career. And I've been a fan of Dale's, whether it was JSA, whether he was at DC, Marvel, didn't matter. Guy's fantastic. But he has topped himself when it comes to Future State Flash. It is just incredible. So it's only $3.99. If you missed it, get the second print. Ask your retailer for it. It is just great. And you know what? There are some books that are coming out in March that I should bring up, and Jackie's giving me the flash card right now. She's helping. We have Jeffrey Thorne and Tom Rainey, and Tom Rainey is one of the most. He is one of the most underappreciated. He's one of the best artists in the industry, and not enough people know how great he is. He is one of the most underappreciated artists in the industry. He's worked on great books from the X-Men to the Ultimate line, and this Green Lantern series looks beautiful. And then, of course, the big book in March, which I'm pretty sure almost everybody that loves DC and loves Batman will be buying, is Batman #1 by James Tynion and Gillian March. And that creative team is astounding to me because it is such a natural. And when I saw that in the solicits, I just thought, holy crap, that is awesome. When you think about it, we were talking about Nick Spencer, right? And doing such a great job following Dan Slott, making it his own. James Tynion followed Scott Snyder and Tom King. He followed them both. And, Scott he had a great creative partner. He worked really well with Greg Capullo and other artists. You had Tom King working with Tony Daniel and working with David Finch. David Finch helped relaunch the Rebirth stories, and then Tony Daniel, another great artist. But I have to tell you, when Tinian came in, he brought an energy and excitement to Batman that I didn't think could be there. I mean, leading into the Joker War, creating Punchline, Clown Killer, so many new characters, so many new stories, just really, really, really going in depth. And you can see why he is hands down right now, arguably the most popular writer the industry has. I mean, this guy just works his butt off writing the books he writes, and they are all great. And it doesn't matter if it's creator-owned book and he's putting that voice and that passion into it, or if it's an iconic book like Batman and putting that voice and passion into it. James has been growing his audience organically, and he is actually one of these writers that helps grow the comics market. So if you have not bought a James Tynion book up until now, or if you've only tried Batman, check out some of his other titles.
Preach. Tell you what, man. I tell you how I heard. This is how James Tynion came onto my radar. I'm at a convention, and I'm talking to Tony Isabella. Who, if you don't know who Tony Isabella is, go to school. Okay, Tony Isabella is one of the legends in our industry. He created so many iconic characters at both Marvel and DC. And Tony is sitting next to James at the convention, and I'm talking to Tony, and Tony goes, "Why are you talking to me? You should be talking to that guy. He is going to be huge." This is before anybody knew he was going to do anything like he's done. Like, this is 3-4 years ago. He had just kind of started to break onto the scene at DC. And Tony's going, this guy is going to change the face of the industry. And he wasn't wrong, because he's Tony and Isabella and he knows what the hell he's talking about.
Well, I'll try to say this. I talked to James Tynion. I can't remember how long ago it was. It was probably 4 years ago, and it was in between contracts. And knowing how great of a writer he was, even before the recent heat and the recent buildup that he's had now, knowing how great of a writer he was, just enjoying the craft of what he's done, enjoying the fruits of his craft, enjoying the comics he's created, and just being a fan. I asked him to write Twilight Zone for us, and he said it was dependent on how his negotiations with DC went. And the negotiations went well, which I'm happy for him. He re-upped his DC exclusive at the time. Obviously, he's carved out creator material, which is great for not only for James, but for the audience and for retailers. But not that I know everything, and we'll talk about that when we talk about Dynamite #1. We'll give you a little inside baseball there. But what I'll tell you is this. I knew he was a great writer from what I enjoyed, and it was really disappointing when he told me that he was re-upping and couldn't do any other work made for hire. But at the same time, I was happy for him, because not only is Tynion a great writer, but he is one of the nicest guys in the industry. Just real down to earth, sweetheart, cares about his fans, cares about the retailers, cares about everybody. You go to a convention, he's always in top form. He's always there for his fans, and the industry is better for him being in it.
It's so true. I think it's very true what you just said. He loves this industry, and that's true of so many creators. Like, I don't want to just be like, oh, James is a one of a kind guy because he loves the industry. No, there's so many people who love this industry with their whole heart. They put everything they got into it, and I think what makes James special is that he has such a reverence for everybody else. For everybody that came before him and everybody that he works with. You talk to him about the collaborators he has on his Batman stuff that he's done and on his other things. And he talks with such reverence about the artists.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what sets him apart.
I agree. And it's a mix. I mean, we can all have love letters to the books we grew up on, and we can all have nostalgia and just see things one way. But the way he's able to take it, I mean, come on. You look at Clown Hunter, and do you think, oh, this is going to be a great character? No, it's a great character because he had a great writer who really gave it a great voice. I mean, look, our industry has lots of unique voices, a lot of great writers, and that's part of the beauty of this industry is that there is something for everyone. There is a genre for everyone. There is a superhero for everyone. There's a creator-owned book for everyone. There is something for everyone, which again, this is part of what we are bringing to the audience. We're just talking about the love of the craft, the love of the books themselves, the love of the characters, and taking it to the next level. But Kyle, are we ready for a commercial?
Yeah, we get. Let's take a little break. Let's pay a couple of bills, and we will be back in just about a minute's time.
All right, Kyle. Am I live or just previewing me?
You're live.
Get Jackie
No,
in.
you're live. Jackie's there. Jackie's in the frame. Jackie's got a graded comic.
She does, and we're gonna talk about that in a sec. But what I wanted to do was give a little teaser of our Thursday night show. We've got some really exciting shows coming up on Thursday from 6 to 8. We have a show called Original Art with Nick and Will. It'll be myself with Will Gabrielle of Comic Art Page, and we're going to have a special guest, Spencer Beck of The Artist Choice. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about original art. We're going to show some original art. We're going to just have fun, and there will be art for sale. And the good part is there will be art for everyone at everyone's budget. We'll have inexpensive art, but we will also have expensive art. One piece of art that we'll have on Thursday that I wanted to show is this original art page of The Avengers by John Romita Jr. John Romita Jr. is one of my all-time favorite artists. And the thing about John, I'm going to wax nostalgically myself for a second. The thing about John is when you look at the history of John Romita Jr. and you look at the evolution of his art from when he started with Iron Man and Amazing Spider-Man, I will always remember the first John Romita Jr. book I bought. It was Amazing Spider-Man 248. Mary Jane had come back into the picture in 243. And for some reason, I just remember that there was this interaction with Peter and Gwen and not Flash Thompson. I can't remember who, but no, he had a God. Not the guy who ended up being the Hobgoblin. That story didn't end up so good. I can't remember who. Rick Bannon, is that right? Rick Bannon? I don't remember. So anyway, I don't remember that much, but I remember how beautiful the art was, which was the most important thing. But you saw the evolution of John Romita Jr. What happened when he went from Spider-Man to the X-Men? When he worked on Starbrand, he returned to the X-Men. But his work on Daredevil with Al Williamson and Ann Nocenti, oh my God, incredible. And just the evolution, Daredevil Man Without Fear, and what he's been doing ever since then, including the last 7 or so years at DC with the New 52, the artwork he's putting in Action Comics. And this is from his Avengers run from around 2010. So we're going to be talking about art. We're going to be taking questions about art. It's Thursday from 6 to 10. What Jackie has in her hands that we'll be offering, these are hand-drawn, there you go, perfect. Bob Layton original art. We've got Thor right there. That's hand-drawn, CGC graded 9.8. We also have from Fabian Nicieza's personal file copy, a New Mutants 98 signed and CGC graded. And this is going to be my favorite Bob Layton piece. By the way, this is all the Layton pieces are original art. They are hand-drawn sketches on the comics, CGC graded 9.8. That is my pick of the night for Thursday. So thank you, Jackie. And if you wouldn't mind taking this as well, awesome. What's next, Kyle?
I'm still trying to get over that John Romita piece and trying to think, are you thinking Bart Hamilton?
No. I think it was Lance Bannon. Was it Lance? Come on,
this
man.
This is going to bother me all night, Nick.
Look it up. 248.
Oh, I could look it up, but I was trying to come up with it in my head, like,
I know,
proper nerd.
Look at
Pat
the cover. Look at the cover of Amazing Spider-Man 243. That's when Mary Jane comes back. 248 is my first one. Actually, the first one with the cover. I was buying them without covers before that. Oh my God, are we just rambling in this show or what?
Yeah, well, we ramble anytime we get together.
We do.
Let's see. 243 is it's loading. Lance Bannon.
I got it right, I think.
Ben Urich also shows up, but it's Lance Bannon is the one you're talking about.
I got it right. Yes. For an idiot, I got it right. So, I mean, those are the issues. I can't remember Lance's girlfriend, but Peter was making out with her. Mary Jane shows up in the pantsuit. I really can't believe I remember all this. I think Dave Simon inked either 243 or 248. Jim Mooney may have inked the other one, which made John look a little bit more like his father. And a partridge in a pear tree.
It's true.
Oh my God. I am a uber fan of comics and I have no life. We're going to change that one day. Maybe by the time I'm 65, I'll retire and get a life. Marvel previews. We are going to come back to this in a minute because what we're going to talk about now, before we go back and talk about DC Future State and comparing it to Infinite Earths, King in Black. Now, Kyle and I have a huge debate, not about King in Black, but about Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman, but not really about Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman. Kyle's problem is with Ryan, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But as I said, putting my whole man.
You're misrepresenting me, but okay.
What was that?
You're misrepresenting me, but that's okay.
Dude, go with the kayfabe, okay? I mean, how's this supposed to be fun without all the kayfabe?
Oh, no. Oh, believe me, I have problems with Ryan Stegman, but you're setting me up a little. It's gonna be interesting when people hear what my Ryan Stegman problems are.
All right, cool. So let me put my old man hat on, all right? And I don't need much. I'm already balding head, so, I'm getting there, But back in my day, I got to tell you, Cates and Stegman, to me, are the Claremont and Byrne of today, the Perez Wolfman of today. They are such a great team. They have been killing it so much. And just like Claremont, when Chris was keeping the X-Men going and was helping Marvel create the New Mutants and so many other great series. Just like Marv Wolfman and George with the Teen Titans, Donny Cates has been writing some of the best comics the industry has had. He's been sowing so many great seeds. He touches on so much of Marvel history and takes it to the next level. And he has worked with his creators to take these stories to the next level. And like I said, I mean, Ryan and Donnie together are just an incredible team. And I think that's the reason why books like King in Black are doing so well. It's not like these two just started working together yesterday and all of a sudden, boom, they're the superstar team. They've been together for years and they've really made it work. Now, Kyle, go ahead. Say what you got to say.
All right. So my problem is not anything other than I've known Ryan Stegman for a long, 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 long time. I remember when Ryan Stegman was at cons selling fan art, and in my statement, couldn't draw himself out of a paper bag.
Oh.
However, he always had the makings of the absolute genius that he has become. And so Nick talking about putting Ryan Stegman over, and I go, you're going to put me in an awkward position because Ryan Stegman is one of those guys that if I don't bust his chops, we're probably not talking to each other. So I love Ryan and I love Donnie, but I can't give them any credit for anything. It's one of those things. It's like when your buddy marries the hot chick. It's you can't give him any credit for doing it, but my buddy totally did when he hooked up with Donny Cates to start making some of the greatest comics that have come out in the last, I would say, 10 years with Venom. King in Black and their Venom run and all the tie-ins and all that. Look at that splash page. Look at that. That's absolutely genius. But I'd never say that to his face.
Well, if he's watching this, you kind of are saying it to his face. If he's watching.
That's fair. Ryan, if you're watching, turn this off.
There you go. Don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain that's
right.
Got the image of right next to him. No,
the real though is I have to give a ton of credit to Erin Stegman, Ryan's wife, who way back then was like, dude, you should go and pitch to Marvel. And he's like, no. You should go and pitch to Marvel. No. He goes and pitches to Marvel, and look what happens. He starts on Spider-Man, and now he's like the man. So credit to Erin Stegman for recognizing and supporting Ryan all those years. Shout out to Ryan for being amazing. But you know that you owe me a steak dinner. All right? I'm coming to collect on some of this Venom money.
Ryan is one of the nicest guys in the industry, too. I mean, he really
He's amazing.
He, for a guy who's becoming a superstar, for a guy who's really coming into his own, for a guy whose name means the book is going to sell more, he's really down to earth and a really cool guy. He has not let any of it go to his head. Maybe it's because you're not allowing it. I don't know.
Well, realistically, though, this true facts, what you're saying. I'm part of an art auction every year where we raise money for Hero Initiative at a local convention. And it was a show Ryan did when he was still doing fan art. And every year he donates original pieces. He can't come to the convention anymore because he's always on deadline, which is the best problem in the world to have. He's always got work. But he always sends original pages or original pieces for this art auction every year. And every year they bring in thousands and thousands of dollars for Hero Initiative. So, like I said, I can't ever give the guy any credit, but he's earned everything everyone says about him. Because he is genuinely that guy.
And seriously, King in Black has been a hit. They keep going back to press. And issue 5 is going to have a special Peach Momoko backup story leading into her, the first interior work she's doing for Marvel, which, again, these are things that are great for the industry. These are things that help the industry grow. These are the creators and the events that allow us to have this family, I've always said the comics industry, we're kind of like a family, a tribe that always gets together at conventions and at comic stores. And, obviously COVID has changed that. And hopefully, again, we're bringing the excitement of the comic store to home. But we want you to try and enjoy more comics, because especially if you're unable to go to a comic store and you don't have that interaction, we want to be that positive voice of the comics we love. We're not going to talk about the comics we don't like. There's no point in it. Let other people do that on social media. Let other people do that. There's that's everybody has free will to do what they feel. But Kyle and I, we just want to talk about the books we love. We want to talk about the books that we want to promote. I'm going to go through this whole list real quick. Kyle, if you get up close, I'm going to go through the entire list because I don't think we're going to have time to go through each book. So, we've got King and Black.
I will go as fast as I can.
You will go as fast as you can. I will talk a lot. So
let's go.
We're going to bring the computer closer. Thank you, Jackie. So hold on. Let's do this. Actually, you know what? We'll go one row at a time. Let's see if I can. There we go. So we've got King and Black, Sacred Six, Christopher Priest, Philadelphia, Rodney Barnes, Vampirella, Christopher Priest again, Maestro, Peter David. There we go. And now we're going to go down. X-Force, Benjamin Percy. By the way, Benjamin Percy, oh my God, what a great writer. Love. Red Sonja, Price of Blood, #2 in stores. Avengers 41. We had our conversation about Jason Aaron being one of the smartest and most unbelievable writers in the industry. Dynamite, #3. Deceased, #7. Did you see what I did? I put the two zombie books next to each other. Give, the Deceased and the Dynamite. You get it?
Energy.
Power Rangers, Once and Future, Kieran Gillen. Oh my God. His Eternals was fantastic. Catwoman, Future State, Batman, Catwoman. Again, Tom King and Clayman. What a perfect team. Future State, The Next Batman, Red Sonja, Superpowers, Vampirella, The Dark Powers, all from Dynamite. And then we have more we could touch on. So that is, and one of these days I might actually get okay at this. I got to get over my shyness, that's for sure.
Don't make me choke to death, Nick.
To quote out, we're just getting warmed up. You okay there?
So true. I'm good. I'm good. You said shy, and I about fell out of my chair. So no, we're good. It's interesting. He brought John's in the comments with Dynamite. You said that you made a comment that you made a mistake with Dynamite. You've told that story a few times. But you also have, if I can bring it up on my screen here, I gotta find it in my little wall here. But Deceased, and you compared Dynamite to Deceased, and here it is. Boom.
I'm not sure I compared them more than I said I put them next to each other to feed off each other.
Right. You put them. Yeah, that's what I mean. But you said, zombie books.
No zombie, pun intended.
Right. No, they're zombie books. But Dynamite has been your biggest selling book of last year.
It was.
Why do you think there's a resurgence of zombie books? Why do you think people are so into it? Do you think it's Walking Dead fatigue, or do you think it's they like seeing the characters they love from Dynamite or from DC turned into zombies and those guys with superpowers trying to eat your brains?
I think that done well, and I have to say we're very fortunate. Declan Shelby worked on the story with his editor Nate Cosby, and Declan had to leave the book, so Fred Van Lente came in and he worked with Declan's first issue and then made the rest of the series. He just took it to the Fred Van Lente level, which is great. Um, with Deceased and has Tom Taylor, who's just been killing it. I mean, he's been doing a great job. I forget what the JLA video game comics are called now.
Injustice.
Injustice. He's been just killing it on Injustice, and no pun intended again, killing it on Deceased. I think that there are probably more zombie books out there than we can think of at any given time. I think we're fortunate with Deceased and with Dynamite when you have a writer that really can touch into the essence of the characters, and it is a little bit easier when it's established characters, but when you can make that emotional connection and you can tell the story and show the sacrifices and the consequences and have humor in there as well, the right amount of humor, you know, you can put together a story that the audience can grab into. And I think that's what happened with both books, with Deceased and Dynamite. Obviously, Deceased has, well, they have Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and everybody else. We're very fortunate. We have Barbarella, Red Sonja, uh, John Carter, Deja Thoris, and both books are doing well. The Deceased mistake that I almost made is realizing you don't know everything. So the editor, Nate Cosby, and came to me with this story, and I thought, kind of rolling with what Kyle said. Everybody's done zombies. I think there's plenty of zombie books out there. Does the world really want another zombie book? And the one thing you realize, and our executive editor Joe Ryban said he thought it was a good idea. It was a good story. So I came back and said, look, I'm not sure the audience wants this, but you've got a great creative team. Let's do it, but do me a favor. Let's put it out in October. At the very least, let's launch it in October. Maybe we'll get a little bit of extra buzz in October with Halloween. And, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at the very least, we gave it a shot. The pandemic hit. It's a good thing we were planning for October because it would have been pushed back to that anyway. But the pandemic hit, and we still were able to release it in October, and it was our best-selling book of the year. It was our best-selling launch. Again, just goes to show you, none of us know everything, and trusting the people you work with can usually get you far. So I just thought that was something that we've had the conversation on. Kyle wanted me to bring up, and I brought it up. So, more fun.
I just think it's interesting. What I think is really interesting, Nick, is to hear it come from a publisher. The way you think about the way the industry shakes down. There's a lot of this. I'm not sure it's right for us. That kind of thing. Hear the way the wheels turn, and then to understand why we got Dynamite when we got it.
Right.
The October idea. It's a good thing it happened. The pandemic happened. We were planning for that because of the pandemic. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. I don't think people think about that. And when you think about that, stores have to order books 2 months in advance of their release. Retailers have to think about it largely in the same way. I'm going to commit to spend this money now for this project for this product that doesn't come in for 2 months. You're committing to spend money on Dynamite, and it doesn't come out till October.
Right.
And it winds up paying off, but you have to think about the overall picture of the whole company, the whole industry, to make the right calls. And again, that's why it's so important for pre-orders. If publishers can see, hey, what's selling really well and getting a ton of pre-orders at Diamond? Zombie books. Okay, now Nick gets the pitch from Joe for Dynamite and goes, yeah, let's do it. And it still winds up coming out in October, but it's a different mentality if he's seeing the Diamond numbers.
And I wish I would have jumped on it like that and said, that's a great idea, let's do it, instead of, does anybody really want it? All right, if you
instead of hemming and hawing.
Huh?
Instead of hemming and hawing?
Yeah, really. I mean, talk about an indecisive person. But that's the only thing I'll say is the good thing about life is knowing that you don't know everything. And we were talking, and we keep talking about everybody going to your local comic store and supporting them. One of the things that we did do at Dynamite was throughout the whole year, because of the pandemic, we made every single one of our books returnable. And I do think that factored in a little bit into the orders for Dynamite, because retailers were felt assured that they can order the books, that they can put them on the shelves, and that if they didn't sell through, they can return what didn't sell. And we've had great staying power on number 2, 3, and 4. So the good thing is that retailers were able to mitigate their risk, and the fans supported the books that we have released, and the creators get that extra appreciation that they're getting as many readers as possible.
Absolutely. So can we talk about Future State now? Can we talk about Future State now? Can we talk about Future State now?
Every time there's a crisis, you need a flash. So let's go back to showcase number 4. Okay, we're going to go through the entire DC timeline from 1956 to 2020. How many hours is this show?
We got 45 minutes left to get into the weeds if you want.
Oh shoot!
We do have to we do have to take a break and pay some bills in about 15 more minutes, but we can get into it for 15 minutes.
Here's the funny thing. You talk about taking the break and paying bills. We're not charging for the ads. We're promoting the comic industry because we want to. Ain't no bills being paid by that. So,
Well, we're paying the bills by promoting your show with Spencer.
I just broke the kayfabe. Shoot, how are we supposed to tell everybody we're giving the ads away for free?
We're only advertising for you and Spencer, and I know he's standing right there because he's emailing me.
I'm trying to think right now. Can we edit this so that when we pitch publishers to actually pay for ads instead of the free ads, that they actually won't realize we gave them free ads and they'll forget we gave them free ads? It'll be like a What If Else Worlds, another universe dimension story. You think we could do that?
Nick, we're not going to show them you and me. We're not going to show them you and me. They'll run screaming.
I mean, really, no one is going to watch our.
Hey, we got people in the comments out there, fix it and post. You're right, John. That's my whole job, man. Fix it and post.
You know what? I think my mom is on Facebook. She's trying to figure it out, watching just to get us that one eyeball.
Watching.
Thank you, Pam. I got 2 eyeballs. I got my mom and Pam. This is beautiful. We actually have a customer. We got 3 eyeballs. This is great.
Right, we're doing well. But no, seriously, Future State. We're going to go all the way back to Showcase.
Nah, we're going to go right into Future State. We'll talk about Crisis and Future State because this is your talk. This is you talk about Future State. You talk about your thoughts on it. I'm going to get a glass of water.
Do it. So Nick and I have a long-running debate. And by long-running, I mean like a month. Since the Future State book started coming out. Which is the better DC event? Future State or Crisis on Infinite Earths? And here's what I mean when I ask the question, right? So for me, Future State is maybe the greatest DC event since Crisis on Infinite Earths. Because the Anti-Monitor threw the whole universe into such chaos, into such ridiculousness, and threw the whole thing so off in Crisis on Infinite Earths that it made it this iconic touch point moment in the universe, in the DC universe, right? And now here we are in Future State, and everything is just as, for lack of a better word, discombobulated. Everything is so far off kilter and so far out of the norm for the DC universe. By the way, can we just take a moment and admire that Nightwing cover? Isn't that beautiful? Like the typography on the Nightwing, the lightning bolt, the Arkham Asylum gates. Like, come on, everything about that just screams buy this comic. But when we talk about Future State, everything is as mixed up because you've got so many different timelines that it's like Flashpoint happened 4 times, but in one book. And in most of these books, you're getting 3 or 4 stories, and none of them seem to touch each other, but they all do. They have these cross points that are so interesting. And so, in my opinion, this is the best DC event since Crisis on Infinite Earths. Now, Nick is going to try and tell you that it was that Legends was there, that some of these other events were just as good, and I don't think they were. But Nick, why don't you make your why don't you wanna correct me?
I don't think it's correcting you as much as debating what had different creative and commercial successes. Okay, so Crisis on Infinite Earths for me, all right, best series that ever came out, bar none, top series of all time. Nothing will ever beat it for me. I mean, something may one day. I mean, I've got at least 2 years left in life. Who knows what's going to happen? God, I hope I have at least 2 years. No. So here's the thing. When we talk about Legends with John Byrne and John Ostrander, you got Suicide Squad that came out of it. You got Shazam that came out of it. You have so many titles that came out of that series. My biggest debate with Kyle is what the touchstones were for the audiences. So, in a way, I do agree on a lot of levels that this is the best series and the best event since Crisis on Infinite Earths. But I also think that Flashpoint was so well done that in and of itself was a great springboard. So it's not that this or Flashpoint or Legends, any of them are any less than the other. They're all lesser than Crisis, but that's a different thing. But they all had great stories that moved everything forward. And I think that I felt like, Kyle, you were discounting series like Legends and Flashpoint. So that's why I had to call you out on it.
And I was. I don't think Flashpoint is as good as Future State. I don't think it is. I don't think part of it is because, and I've been thinking about this since we first started having this debate. I think Flashpoint loses a little bit of momentum because of the New 52. Because of, okay, Flashpoint happens, now we come into the New 52, and then we come back into DC, the DC universe now, and Rebirth, and it's like the New 52 didn't actually happen, so that discounts Flashpoint, that discount.
Okay.
Crisis on Infinite Earths happened. No one's ever going to take that away from anybody. They're not going to retcon that and Wally West it away. So that's part of why I think Future State, at least for me, feels that way. And I will also say this: it's because they haven't done that yet.
Well, New 52, though, also some of those stories did come through. You had Jonathan Kent, you had Superman and Lois have a family. There are things that happened in the New 52 that came back into Rebirth. So there were those touchstones. What I will say, though, and this is to your point, I don't think there was ever a time where a book like Future State Batman could come out, be a $7.99 book with a great first story and a great second story, and it sell out and go into multiple printings. So what I will absolutely positively agree with you on right now is that Future State is a great series. And like we were talking about earlier, if you have picked this up, you are definitely in on the ground floor. If you haven't picked that up, see if your local retailer still has copies, or ask them to buy copies of the second prints, because these are beautiful books. And I got to tell you, when I look at this, and in the first issue, I think Nick Darrington did more than breakdowns. In this issue, He did breakdowns, and Laura Braga did the actual pencils. It still looks beautiful. I mean, check it out. That is some incredible artwork. And John Ridley is just killing it on the story. Just killing it.
Right. I pointed out this cover.
I
This
know
Nightwing
the cover is beautiful.
I mean, I just keep staring at the Nightwing. Just at the trade dress, the typography is amazing.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, it's I am firmly in Camp Future State. And I think, I was telling people earlier that I added to my poll, I missed the next Batman #1, but it's on my poll now. I missed that one when it first came out. I added Shazam because I did my Gomer Pyle impression, but you also can't go wrong with Shazam. Like, there is nothing, you can't go wrong with Shazam. You just can't. So it's those are the Future State books that are on my poll. But like that Nightwing book, if my LCS still has it when I get there in the morning, that's one that's going home with me.
But look at what you just said. Look at what you just said. You ruined the mantra of the show. If your local retailer still has it, which means you didn't pre-order it.
I said I made a mistake and didn't pre-order it.
There you go.
It's one of those is that, and I told the people on my show earlier, there are 3 books that come out this week that I made that mistake on now, and it's that one. It's Abbott #1 from Boom Studios, Abbott 1973 #1. It's Future State Nightwing, and it's the book we talked about from Aftershock. Somebody will remind me, but
no, actually, you know what? I want to chime in with one thing, by the way. If your retailer has sold out of a book and they haven't been able to reorder it, that shouldn't stop you from trying to read it. Obviously, we want you to go to your local retailer. We want you to check out previewsworld.com to find out more information. We want you to call the 1-800 comic book phone number or the 800 comic shop locator. We want you to absolutely positively patronize and grow your relationship with your local comic retailer. But if you miss out on the series, don't feel frustrated and said, well, it's too late for me to catch up. Buy it on Comixology or digitally and then catch up on the periodicals or buy the collections. Because I got to tell you, Rodney Barnes, this is such a great book, Philadelphia. It is such a great book. And it has Jason Alexander drawing it. And we worked with Jason Alexander on Dead Irons, and he was just great. That was an incredible miniseries. It was Jim Cohork writing. It was Jay Leon covers, but it was Jason Alexander on the interiors. And I just want to just look at that, and Jason had a great run on Spawn. And now he's working on Philadelphia. And working with Rodney Barnes is just fantastic. To me, this is not only one of the best Image comics out there today, one of the best comics in the market today, period. You really got to check this out. And I just love it. Rodney Barnes this is early on in his career. This is a good time to try Rodney Barnes books because he will be a superstar. He is that darn good.
Philadelphia is phenomenal.
I think I was supposed to say spoiler alert. I forgot to say spoiler.
But Philadelphia, I actually missed Philadelphia #1. It wasn't on my poll at the time, and I wound up having to shell out kind of a lot for the local comic shop day variant so that I could read #1, and I've been hooked on it ever since. But after the first trade came out, I decided that I was going to wait and pick it up in trade paperback because my pull list had gotten up to like 80 books total. And I wasn't getting to read everything. So that's the other thing I would say, to Nick's point, don't get frustrated if people are sold out. There are so many other ways to get it. You can get it on Comixology, you can get it digitally, or like I am with so many great books right now, I'm just going to wait and pick up the collections. So like so much of the AWA stuff that Axel Alonso's got from his company, um, Grendel, Kentucky, and some of those books.
Dude, Frank Cho, AWA. Oh my God. Oh,
Right. There are so many great books coming out from some of these companies that it's hard to keep up, even for somebody whose job it is to keep up. Wait for the trade, and then we're a binge culture now. We want to, we want to sit and watch every episode of a TV show in one day. When WandaVision comes out,
wait for the trade if you missed out, or if that's going to be the only way you enjoy it, but order it from your local retailer. Don't wait for the trade for everything, otherwise your retailer won't be around.
Right? No, that's what I'm saying. Is if you miss something on your pull list, and you feel frustrated, like I can't jump in on a number 2. Wait, pre-order the trade now. The trades are coming. I've already pre-ordered every AWA trade. My retailer has that dough. That's what I'm talking about. Is when you're going to be into something and you want to read it, you can pre-order the trade well ahead of time. Your retailer will gladly take that and make that note and get that done for you. But read it on Comixology, read it on digital. There are so many libraries now that are carrying new issues of comics. Head to your local library. Like when I was a kid, you know what comic books we had in libraries? Mad Magazine. That was it. So now I go to my local library and I can read the books that we've been talking about from my local library until my local comic shop can get my reorder in.
The biggest book I had at my local library was The History of Comics by Jim Steranko, Volume 1 and 2. I cannot tell how many times I read that on the weekends at the library. It was one of my all-time favorite books. I think I have multiple copies. I have at least 3 copies of Volume 1, 4 copies of Volume 2. Don't know why I have 4 Volume 2s and 3 Volume 1s. I just happen to. I love that book, and I beat them up reading them all the time. So, but anyway, digression again. But no, and that's the whole thing. Talking about AWA, talking about Dynamite, talking about DC, Marvel. Even a company like AWA. They got angel investors, but if you don't buy the comics, we don't know. They still have to actually have profitable comics. So if you enjoy what they're doing, support them.
Absolutely. So there's a bunch of other news that came out that you sent me, Nick. Do you want to talk about some of that?
You pop it up. I'm good at talking.
All right.
We already touched on the DC Comics first prints selling out. The Future State's going to second print. But this Venom story, pop it up, my friend. Show the art.
Venom 200. Venom 200. I gotta click the things here to get it to come up. Where's it at here? While I try and find the Venom 200, let's instead talk about something else.
Okay.
Because there was.
Huh?
I was gonna say we've got some Ta-Nehisi Coates Black Panther news.
We do. It ends with issue 25. There's 3 great covers. You've got the first story, if I remember correctly, drawn by Daniel Acuna, who I cannot get enough of. But the second story, and on some levels, this is cooler. Brian Stelfreeze is doing the second story. 3 great covers, and it is the what I assume, and because he's such a great writer, I think my assumption will be correct, the perfect ending to a 25-issue story.
It's true. Ta-Nehisi Coates is a fantastic writer. And I'm not going to be this guy. I will say it. I think there are a couple of characters that maybe our very own Nick Barucci oversees and controls that I'd like to see him take a stab at. You see that? All right. But
can't see this.
Yeah. But no, Ta-Nehisi Coates is a great writer, and I really love what he's done on the Black Panther there. But here's the Venom 200. There's the full cover art. Venom 200 is the final chapter of Donny Cates, Ryan Stegman Venom.
Yep. And
so we're coming down to an end.
My confusion right now. First of all, I'm almost always confused. That's just me being me. I can't even look in the mirror without question marks popping up. I'm like, there's so much information prepped for this show. I'm getting mixed in with Peter Parker becoming Venom again and the Nick Spencer announcement that happened.
Yeah. Oh, we're heading there. But no, this got announced today. This got announced that Ryan and Donnie this will be their final Venom issue. It's the last of their story, at least in this packaging.
Right. And that's a cool.
Maybe that means that. I'm sorry?
No, you know what? I'm slowing everything down right now. I apologize. I'm saying that's a cool issue to end on. That's a beautiful cover. And there's just so much. Again, we were talking about Black Panther 25 being such a perfect issue and ending a 25 issue run. This is going to be the perfect ending, a capper to this run. And like you said, we don't know where the story is going, what might happen next. But the good thing is that Donnie, and we know with Donnie and Ryan that they're just going to kill it. I'm starting to cough right now. I'm going to hit mute before I cough into this, and I'm going to go get some water.
Yeah, and I will set up the next thing, which is this. This announcement also came out today for a book that you're definitely going to want to put on your pre-orders. This is Spider-Man, the Spider's Shadow, written by one of my favorite writers going in the world right now, Chip Zdarsky, with Pascal Ferry on art. The idea of this is that
I'm back.
Peter Parker once put on an alien suit. I'm just going to read straight from the email because I can't say it any better. Peter Parker once put on an alien suit that nearly destroyed his life. But what if he'd never taken it off? Ignoring every warning, Spidey embraces the dark symbiote. Spider-Man, Sith Lord. No, I'm kidding. That's not in the actual thing. Haunted by terrible nightmares and exhausted by an endless barrage of bad guys, Peter can't seem to catch a break these days. So when the Hobgoblin attacks, he finds a hero at the end of his rope and vulnerable to new dark impulses. Spider-Man is about to change his rules, but is it truly Peter who's in charge? Bum, bum, bum. I gotta get a sound effect coordinator.
Well, the thing about this, okay, this is what I was getting confused with earlier. Again, we're prepping so much for the show. And so I apologize to the audience. That's amateurish of me. But Chip Zdarsky on this story, I have to tell you, Chip Zdarsky's run, he made the Invader so cool again. He had a great run on Spectacular Spider-Man, and he's worked with great artists like Adam Kubert. His Marvel 2-in-1, the first few issues with Jimmy Chung, just out of this world. He's an artist. He broke in as an artist, but as a writer, he's been able to craft these tales that really reach into the emotion of the character, brings it out to the reader, and just draws you in. And I can tell you right now, I don't think the industry still knows how great Chip Zdarsky is. He is just hands down one of the best writers in the industry. He gets better and better with every book. His Daredevil is phenomenal. And look, maybe I'm a little biased because The Invaders has Submariner, one of my favorite Marvel characters. He's worked on Daredevil, my other favorite Marvel character. And So I would be hypercritical of any creator on those two books. I would be really hypercritical of any creator on those two books. So the fact that he just killed it so well and just continues to kill it on everything he touches, I can't wait for this series. I mean, it's basically a what if without calling it a what if, but it's a story arc. I mean, it's just the guy, you know, he's not just an artist, he's a storyteller and he's a great writer. And maybe because he is an artist as well, he's not only writing for the audience, but he's writing for the artist and getting the best out of the artist at the same time.
Absolutely. And it's funny is it's Chip Zdarsky and Matt Fraction is my favorite team up. That is the superhero team up that I love the most. Because they're both so twisted and their brains are so messed up that everything that comes out of them makes me happy.
Only you can say that and make it sound so complimentary. Only you.
It's true. Well, so their Sex Criminals story from Image Comics is one of my favorite comic book series of the last however long. I collected every issue, and I collected they did a pink polybag variant for every issue. I have every pink polybag variant.
Dude, but the family photo, that was classic.
Well, you did a couple of DF books with them for that. I've got all those. Like, you gotta understand, Chip. When I met Chip Zdarsky, let me put it this way. I interviewed John Romita this weekend, and I was able to hold it together. When I met Chip Zdarsky, I stuttered the whole time.
Okay. You talk a little bit about John Romita and Chip Zdarsky. I'm going to show something that'll be on the Saturday show. You just reminded me of something. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, so no, it's so Chip Zdarsky for me is one of my favorite writers ever, one of my favorite creators ever. And when they announced, so I've followed Chip from all of his other stuff, all of his time at Image. But when they announced that he was coming to Marvel and was going to work on Ben Reilly, or was it Scarlet Spider? It was one of the two. But when they announced he was going to take over a Spider-Man book, I kind of flipped my lid. And as a result, it's one of my favorite stories ever. And now have him to take this concept of the dark side of Spider-Man. What if Spider-Man never got out of the suit? Really, really excites me because it's an opportunity to tell a story that is not the normal kind of story he would tell, right? It's a different take. It's a different look of what we're used to on Spider-Man. And so as a result, it kind of gives me a lot of hope. What do you got?
Without these are going to be available Saturday night. How cool are they? Ads for comics. Oh wait, no.
Is that an ad for the Learn to Draw comics? Yeah, I know that ad.
Can't wait for this Saturday. So just wanted to tease you with. No, I'm kidding. Check it out. CGC graded. John Romita Sr. personal file copies, pedigree edition. These will be available Saturday night on the Dynamic Forces show. And I am so blessed to have had such a great relationship with John and Virginia Romita and also with John Jr. But when John Sr. wanted to sell some of his comics or most of his comics and sold all of his personal file copies, I couldn't believe that he gave me the opportunity to pick them up. And we worked through his art rep, Spencer Beck, and he made the deal happen and he helped facilitate it. And then we were able to get these graded by CGC, all on their own pedigree label. So first appearance of Mary Jane and Mary Jane in the Go-Go Boots. And we may have one or two others. But I just thought this would be a cool thing to show. Now I'm going to go put them back in the vault while you continue.
So, well, speaking of Spencer Beck, we were supposed to take a break 15 minutes ago, so we're going to do that right now. and remind you that Thursday night in the show original art with Nick and Will, with Nikki B and Will Gabrielle. Our first episode will have a special guest Spencer Beck, who has some of the coolest friends and clients in the world. Here's just a little. And we're back.
Back, baby.
So the first spot you saw there was just a little bit of the kind of people that Spencer Beck deals with, and he will be on the show Thursday with Nick and Will Gabrielle. Original art with Nick and Will. By the way, this has nothing to do with anything we're talking about. I want to tell you, you know what the soundtrack with the theme music for your show is?
No.
It's called Bash Brothers. So that's the name of the song. So I'm really excited for that show because I feel like you guys with Spencer are going to have a good time talking and showing art.
Sweet. So here's the thing, and you know what? You were talking about the other commercial about some of the other personalities, other hosts that we're going to have on the air. I mean, Dr. Christina Blanche will bring a great show to the fans. Everybody will have their own flavor. You know, we've got Chris Rupp tomorrow night. We've got Miss Jen coming back. We've got everybody shows that we're fostering and growing our channels. I mean, there's a reason why we went the extra distance. We went the extra distance yard. Jesus, I'm repeating myself. But there's a reason why we're doing all of this. We want to put a lot of attention and a lot of the tricks of the trade that I learned over the years. And we want to just bring more people to the comic stores. I mean, obviously, they're going to have items available, but the most important part is what Kyle is showing right now, the 800comicshoplocator.com. Again, we say this over and over again because it's important. We want you to go to your local comic store. While we will be presenting you cool comics and items here, you know, we're also going to have informational shows just like this one where we just want to talk about comics. We don't want to sell you anything right now. We want to talk to you and actually get the word out so that you visit your local retailer. And again, we are going to have cool stuff. Thursday, we'll have original art. Saturday, we'll have limited editions. But our Tuesday night, it's in stores this week and more. You know, next week, I'm bringing a copy of Crisis on Infinite Earths just to show everybody and to tell them to buy it from their local retailer. I'm going to bring a copy of the Secret Wars trade paperback. I'm going to bring Dark Horse's 300 or Sin City graphic novel by Frank Miller. I'm debating on which one, you know. I might bring Wicked and Divine from Kieran Gillen and Jamie McKelvey. I'm going to pick 6 graphic novels next week to show as well. So that's what this is. Let me tell you one last thing. I do not take it for granted that you're allowing us in your homes. I do not take it for granted that you're watching us right now. There's 5,700 channels and maybe nothing on most of them, but we really appreciate that you are giving us your time and attention, and hopefully we're delivering to you an enjoyable experience.
Nick, did you see that? That's on out tomorrow? They're doing a reissue of Oh, come on, Kyle. X-Men. Days of Future Past.
No,
They have a new printing of the trade paperback out of Days of Future Past in stores
I
tomorrow.
see that. Maybe that's the one we bring up instead of Secret Wars. It's new.
Yeah, in stores tomorrow. I mean, I said it on my show that it's one of those books that if you're a comic book fan and you haven't read it, I don't care if you don't like the X-Men. It's like saying you're a religion scholar but you've never read the Bible or something. Like
Right.
it's there. You can't be even if you don't like the X-Men, read it because it's important.
It's one
Not
of the
because not for any other. It's one of the most important stories ever told.
not a
Right?
doubt in my mind. There's so much that came from that story. Those two issues had so much story, and there was a to a degree a simplicity, yet a complex story that was told. And there was just so much raw emotion. And I'm sorry, the book's over 40 years old. So if you haven't read, or almost, I can't remember, but it's in the 40-year range. If you haven't read it, 40-year spoiler alert, where Colossus does the fastball special with Wolverine, and Wolverine gets incinerated in the air. When you don't see it on screen, but you see Colossus get killed, and Kitty just oh god, that story is good. That story is so good, and you know what? It's never been topped. It's never ever. It is hands down. I actually will say something that people may really want to kill me on. I actually, on some levels, on many levels, enjoyed Days of Future Past more than Death of Phoenix. Now, Death of Phoenix had a great story. Don't get me wrong. It's still one of the best comic stories ever. Not even one of the best X-Men stories. One of the best comic stories. But maybe because Days of Future Past had so much in two issues, to me, that's one of my all-time favorite X-Men stories. That's a big post. What's that say?
Yeah, Joel, the shows that sell comics are great, but it's awesome to have shows like this to learn and discuss them. Thanks for putting this all together. Joel, it is our pleasure. Nick and I love debating and arguing and talking about comics. It's great to have people here who are interested in it. And again, the whole point is that you can go into your comic shop tomorrow and buy any of the books we've talked about. Even if we're talking about little books like Crisis on Infinite Earths, the trade paperback is still in print. You can get it. You know, Days of Future Past, there's a new issue. There's a new reissue out. So we're going to talk about, discuss, and learn about books. But again, it all points back to go out there and experience it for yourself, right?
And yeah, and some of the retailers only have curbside service right now. And if they just have curbside service, please visit them. And look, you should visit any retailer. If you're in the UK, obviously you have Forbidden Planet, but you also have Piranha Comics that you should be visiting. In the US, you obviously have Midtown, and you have Graham Cracker, and you have Golden Apple. But you also have smaller stores. You have Comics Experience, you have Fat Jack's Comic Book, you have Stormwatch Comics. You have so many different comic stores, small or big. Check them out. And you know what? The retailers that have curbside service, they probably have it tougher than the retailers that are open. So see what you can do to support them. You know, whether it's going
Absolutely.
to a store or just calling them, emailing them. And again, listen, if you've never read Days of the Past and we got you excited right now and your retailer doesn't have it, have them special order it. If you've waited 40 years to read it, what's another 2 weeks?
You can wait another 2 weeks. Absolutely. So, Nick, there was one more news story. We got about 5 minutes left here, man. Cyborg 1.
I thought we were going back to showcase number 4. We're not doing that?
No, we talked for too long, which is going to happen on a lot of these weeks. I buy at my LCS in New Jersey, and I love to shop at Oh Yeah when I visit my family in Muncie. Absolutely, Joel. What's your LCS in New Jersey so we can shout them out?
Absolutely.
Give us the name.
Yeah.
We would love to mention them live right now. So give us the name in the comments so we can shout them out. Somebody earlier talked about somebody during my show was talking about their LCS, Comic Plus. We'll shout them out again. So, you know, like I said, we love local comic shops, and that's the point. But we want to talk. There's one more book you sent me the press release on, and I've known about it. Cyborg 1 in Doylestown, PA for John. Absolutely. Doylestown's not all that far from me. I've never been there. I should go.
I'm sure there's more than one Doylestown. There's
Well,
a
Doylestown, PA. I know where it's at. I've driven through it, but I've never stopped.
Quaker.
So I should go.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna put my head down in shame. I'll shut up now.
All right, so we have one more press release you sent me that I'm really excited about, which is Stray Dogs.
Yep.
Which is from Image Comics.
Yep. Tony Fleeks.
Yes, absolutely. Tony Fleece, who does My Little Pony and Rick and Morty, and he's done Star Wars Adventures.
He worked with
and Trish.
He also worked with Grumpy Cat. He is such a great creative talent, and I'm so happy that this book is getting so much attention.
Right. I think the premise is what does it. Okay, Joel is Secret Origins, Comics and More in Collingswood, New Jersey. Bill and Miranda are owners. How far is Collingwood? Where's Collingswood at in New Jersey?
15 minutes from here.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, hot.
Awesome. So it's Nick's neighborhood.
Yep.
Nice. But no, so the I think it's the premise of Stray Dogs that's getting at the heat, right? It's such an amazing premise, and the covers of #1, you've got, what is this? This is Butterfly Effect.
Yep.
Movie. There are a couple other movie variants for it, but the story of this is it's a 5-dog murder mystery series about a killer who takes his victims' dogs as trophies, but the whole thing is told through the perspective of the dogs.
Right.
Which is amazing. Basically, it's Oliver and Company meets Memento, a horror story disguised as Don Bluth style animated adventure. So it's amazing. It's an amazing story. It's an amazing concept. And I just wanted to put it over one more time. Tell your shops to order it.
Absolutely. Tell your shops to order it. It's already been picked up as a movie option, I believe. And there's a reason for it. The high concept is there. When you check it out, I can't talk enough about Tony. We haven't worked with him in years. Haven't had the right project, but this book is so fantastic. And I think Image was really smart to pick it up and publish it, because it is definitely going to be, it's an out of the box idea, and it's going to grab people's attention. And there was a reason why we wanted to save the best for last. I mean, again, look, we want to talk about Marvel, DC, we want to talk about the mainstays, but we want to give everybody love. There was a reason why we talked about Aftershock and Oni and American Mythology and Archie. We want to bring the love to everybody. This isn't about any one or two things, and it's not just about Dynamite. It's about the industry. It's about opening up and having the conversation. And we, Kyle and I think I can speak for Kyle as well as myself. We feel blessed that you allow us to come into your home to have this conversation. And when someone like Joel or someone like John comes back and gives us feedback, or if Pam talks about bringing the cats, which would be great, she runs a rescue, and I can use anybody taking a few extra cats from her to shelter them. That's a few less we adopt. But no, all kidding aside, the fact that you guys come back with the questions, the fact that you guys are enjoying what we do, it is really, really rewarding to know that we are coming to you, and that hopefully you will look at some of the comics we have, or you will look through Previews magazine and you will find other comics. You'll order them from your local retailer, and take it to the next level for the industry. We are the best entertainment industry in the world. We are the most unfiltered form of entertainment, and there's nothing that creators can't do, and it's mutually beneficial. You're supporting them, allows them to bring you stories, and that's all we ever want to do. We obviously all want to make money. We all want to support our families again, but the end goal is to entertain as well.
Absolutely. I mean, and again, for me, entertaining you isn't me. I know what I look like. I know what I sound like. I'm not that entertaining. But for me, entertaining you is getting you to go into your local comic shop and pick up a book that changes the game for you. Whether it's just a new series you've never heard of that you like, or reminding you why you liked comics in the first place, or just getting you to go into your local comic shop and say, I've been reading Batman for 40 years. But those guys on that thing on my phone or TV or whatever, they like Batman. Why do I like Batman? And kind of reignite that spark.
Yeah.
That's what it's about for me. For me, the entertainment is what happens once this gets turned off and you go pick up a comic book.
Yeah. Or
But
if you
the opportunity to.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, but the opportunity to talk about comic books with people like Nick, who have such a love for the industry, with the other people that are a part of this, that have such a love for comic books, and then you guys, the viewers and fans, really, really does just energize me, and it makes me very happy, and I am incredibly blessed to do this. So
I'm going to leave it with thank you, Kyle, for being such a great co-host. And thank you, everyone who watched this live, everybody who watches this later. Your time is valuable, and the fact that you took some of it to be here with us, we are grateful for it. Just like with creators, it's really important for you to read their comics because they are putting out the best comics they can. Everybody tries their best every month. For us, the ability to do this and enjoy comics with you is very rewarding. Very, very rewarding.
absolutely. That being said, tune in tomorrow starting at 5 for an interview with Cullen Bunn and Blackie Shepard, followed by from 6 to 8, Dr. Christy Blanch and What We Do in the Comic Shops, with special guest co-host, someone that you'll be excited to meet. And then following them, it's Chris Rupp in Rupp's Comics. I have a show, Wednesday night show. So we will see you tomorrow, Thursday, 6 to 8. I just completely blanked. Original art with Nick and Will, featuring special guest Spencer Beck. And then Jen King with debuting a brand new show that she's never done anywhere before called What's in the Box? And then Friday, we've got new shows coming. We've got Minute to Skim It, also, or Nerd News Now on Thursday. Tomorrow, we've got the interview. We've got a show that I'm going to debut on Friday that I don't even think Nick knows about yet, and Nick's the boss. So look forward to that because I'm announcing it here and not telling him. He didn't hear that. So we will see everybody very soon. We'll see you tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern. Oh, see you later, everybody.